Namaskar and good afternoon to all. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and respected delegates. It is my absolute privilege to welcome you to the National Conference on Mental Well-being, Navigating Stress from Classroom to Workplace, organized by the National Human Rights Commission, India. Our theme today, mental well-being, navigating stress from classroom to workplace, addresses the growing challenges in maintaining mental health across various life stages. From the academic pressure faced by the students to the professional demands of the workplace, stress affects all of us, albeit in different ways. By bringing together experts, policymakers, and stakeholders, we hope to explore practical solutions and foster a culture of mental well-being. Joining in this vital endeavor are senior officers from the ministries, officers from the government bodies, educational institutes, mental health organizations, NGOs, and civil society organizations, entrepreneurs and corporate organizations, and international bodies, all united for a common cause. We humbly welcome you all. Without further ado, to begin our inaugural session, may I please request Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Honorable Acting Chairperson, NHRC, on the dais. I also request Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, on the dais. I request Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General, NHRC, and Shri Devendra Kumar Nim, Joint Secretary, NHRC, to kindly join them on the dais. Please join me in giving them a huge round of applause. May I now request Shri Devendra Kumar Nim, Joint Secretary, NHRC, to kindly formally welcome our dignitaries by presenting a planter. To Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Honorable Acting Chairperson, NHRC. Please give a huge round of applause. To Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog. To Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General, NHRC. Thank you, sir. Continuing with our inaugural session, I would like to invite Shri Devendra Kumar Nim, Joint Secretary, NHRC, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Honorable Acting Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani ji. Honorable Member, Niti Aayog, Member Health Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul, respected Secretary General, National Human Rights Commission, Shri Bharat Lal, Honorable Chairpersons and members of various national commissions, co-chairs and esteemed panelists of all the three sessions, Honorable Chairpersons and members of State Human Rights Commissions, respective secretaries of various departments of Government of India, additional secretaries and joint secretary to the Government of India, esteemed dignitaries from the education sector, IIT, IIMs, Read India, dignity from the corporate sector, FICCI, SOCM, CII, TCS, Invest India, esteemed officers from Army, officers from Central Armed Police Forces, respective representatives from non-governmental organizations, from the civil society organizations, all esteemed participants present here. I could not name their organization, officer, staff, and young professional of NHRC, our respected special rapporteurs and special monitors of National Human Rights Commissions, and also the core group members, respective core group members of National Human Rights Commissions, students, faculties from various academic institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, a very good afternoon to all of you. I feel privileged and honored to welcome you all to the National Conference on Mental Well-being, Navigating Stress from Classroom to Workplace. organized by the National Human Rights Commission of India. This conference, being conducted on Human Rights Day, reflects our collective commitment to upholding the dignity and rights of all individuals, especially in the critical mental health domain. As we navigate this crucial issue, it is essential to recognize how stress manifests at different junctures, from the classroom of young students to the dynamic and high pressure environment of workplace. Human Rights Day is not just a day of celebration, but a reaffirmation of our universal commitment to the ideals enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The inclusion of mental health as a human rights issue is a recognition of its centrality to human dignity. Mahatma Gandhi once remarked, "It is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver." This wealth must encompass not only physical health but also mental well-being. The modern world, with all its advancements, has brought an unprecedented rise in stress and mental health challenges across every stage of life. From the innocent classroom of childhood to the competitive corridors of higher learning and the demanding dynamics of workplaces, mental well-being is under strain. According to the World Health Organization, stress, anxiety, and depression are among the leading causes of disability worldwide, affecting our people across all ages. Today's conference is our attempt to address not just the well-being of our children, but also the youth and workforce, who are the driving forces of our nation's future. This conference is structured around the pivotal themes that capture the mental health challenges across life's key stages. First, stress among children and adolescents. Childhood is meant to be a time of innocence and joy. Yet many children today grapple with the burden of academic pressure, bullying, and digital influences. As His Holiness Dalai Lama once said, it is vital that when educating our children's brains, we do not neglect to educate their hearts. This session will explore strategies to create supportive and empathetic environments for our young minds. Second, mental health challenges concerning youth in institutions of higher learning. Youth in higher education are at a crossroads, facing both opportunities and overwhelming challenges, whether it is academic, financial, or emotional. This phase of life requires resilience and robust support systems. As Swami Vivekananda aptly stated, arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. We must equip our youth to pursue their dreams without being overwhelmed by stress and anxiety. Third, stress and burnout at the workplace. In the professional world, chronic stress and burnout have become silent epidemics. The need for workplaces to prioritize mental well-being cannot be overstated. In the words of Steve Jobs, the only way to do great work is to love what you do. This session will deliberate on how organizations can cultivate healthier and more inclusive work environments. Mental health is not just an individual concern, it is a societal challenge that requires collective action. As Albert Einstein observed, out of clutter, find simplicity. From discord, find harmony. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunities. This conference is an opportunity for policymakers, educators, mental health professionals, researchers, employers, civil society representatives, and individuals with lived experiences to come together and craft actionable solutions. The National Human Rights Commission of India has always championed mental health as an integral component of human dignity. Through core group meetings, national seminars, and now this conference, we aim to address mental health challenges comprehensively. Mental well-being aligns with our broader mission of fostering a society where no one is left behind, as envisioned in the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 3, which emphasizes good health and well-being, remind us that addressing mental health is key to achieving inclusive growth. Once again, we warmly welcome all the dignitaries and esteemed participants and look forward to a day of meaningful deliberation. Thank you and best wishes for a productive and enriching day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational remarks. May I now invite Sri Bharat Lal, Secretary General NHRC, to set the agenda for today's conference. So,
Good afternoon, and I also join Joint Secretary Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim in welcoming all of you. Thank you for being here. Honorable Acting Chairperson, Mrs. Vijaya Sani Bharati, Paul Saab, Member National Niti Ayog, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, esteemed dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for me to be here today, in the sense that I have been asked to set the agenda for today's meet. As many of you might recall, last year, in September 2023, a national conference on mental health was organized. Prior to this, actually, a lot of exercise was done by the National Human Rights Commission in partnership with the special rapporteurs, special monitors, and other eminent people involved in this field, and commissions and special rapporteurs, special monitors. They visited national mental health institution throughout the country, and a report was compiled, and it was given to government. The issue was also discussed here at this forum. At that point of time, Dr. V.K. Paul took a lot of interest, and he facilitated the deliberations and way forward. We have moved on. We have taken at this report. We have reached out to government, various state governments, in the context of Mental Health Care Act 2017, that government should take action, whatever the provision have been made, and a lot of things are going on. This is the first part. The second part is that since then we have also started, on sectoral, on different segment of society who are facing, mental health issues. Like this particular today's conference is focused on mental well-being, school children, adolescent, challenges faced at professional institution of higher learning, actually, our coaching center, our very competitive, extra competitive examination. You might have noticed that National Human Rights Commission has also taken note of certain issues which emerge in basically at workplaces, especially in private sector, our gig workers, and their respect, self-respect, their dignity, and respectability. We have also focused on basically safety and security of young women at workplace and public spaces. In fact, before coming to this place, I was talking to one of my colleagues that when we joined service, 35, 36 years back, mental health issue was not a very, is a great issue. But today, as data suggests, that 15% of Indians are having some kind of mental health issues. And just imagine, few data which I can highlight here to set the agenda for discussion, that every year 1.7 lakh people are committing suicide. 1.7 lakh people are committing suicide. Not a small thing. People are, and most of them, you can say almost every case is because of mental health issue. And if you see that 41% of these, they are basically under age 30. 41%, people who are committing suicide, they are below age 30. And in fact, among 15 to 25, 4 years of age, suicide rate is highest in India, between 15 to 24 years. Imagine we are losing precious life because of these issues. This meet today is basically the people who are already initiated, already working, and have expertise and knowledge and understanding. Last, on 18th October, when we gathered and discussed about older persons and elderly issues, these issues are coming up. What we are basically aiming at, that the commission is basically is thinking, that let's identify that in different segment of society, what are the mental health issues which are basically troubling or which are causing this kind of distress and this kind of steps. And if you are able to work out a kind of plan of action, which National Human Rights Commission with your partnership, when I say your partnership, it means State Human Rights Commission, special rapporteurs, special monitors, academicians, mental health professionals, mental health institutions, NGOs, human rights defenders, we all should, sit together, and today we are sitting together. We should work collectively and try to address this issue, and we should draw the attention of the government and its agencies and various parastatal organizations. So I think we should not be losing, this kind of precious life, As you all know that it has been, the data suggests that mental health issues are disproportionately affecting women and elderly. And its implication is very huge. When it is affecting, imagine 50% of our population, and they have tremendous potential to contribute in socioeconomic development and economic growth of the country. And if women are disproportionately affected by mental health issues, I think we have to come together, and we have to work on this thing. I'm also bringing to your notice that on 18th of this month, actually, we are going to discuss certain, actionable points for improving the quality of life as well as human rights of elderly people. And there also mental health issues is one of the major factor. As many of you know that years back, National Human Rights Commission issued an advisory basically on mental health, and this advisory basically developed by same kind of participatory method by contribution from each one of them, and it has 7 key areas. And I'm just trying to remind it, bring that the 7 key areas basically including implementation of existing laws, means various laws, not only Mental Health Care Act, but various other laws, policies, infrastructure and amenities, human resources, outreach and community services, rehabilitation of recovered patients, services provided by the state at different levels, and mass awareness and sensitization. All these are very, very relevant, and as my colleague has told, without repeating, that we are having 3 sessions. One is basically among school children and adolescents. As we know, the challenges youngsters facing today, whether in school or in coaching center or competitive examination, it has own challenges. We are aware of that even under 18, in Kota and other places, youngsters committing suicide. I think it's not a very small thing, Second is that mental health issues concerning youth at institution of higher learning, maybe because of A, B, C, D regions, because of pressure, because of challenges, because of peer group, ragging, despite being banned, but there are instances which are happening. So this is one issue where we are today, we will be discussing and we'll be trying to find a way forward. And third thing that because private sector is playing a very, very important role in overall economy, in overall development of the country, it means there also human rights issues need to be focused. And with new era, new age economy, whether it's gig workers or all these service providers, so this stress and burnout at workplaces, I think it had over the years it has emerged a major issue. In fact, National Human Rights Commission has taken up such issues, suo motu cognizance of few cases which came to in media and notices. I think there also there is a need now that I think we should be working on this thing. So my humble request to all of you is that today we have assembled here is too serious an issue actually, which can be left to that it will take its own course. I think there is a reason, and there is occasion, and there is now opportunity that let's develop some collective thoughts, collective course of action, and NHRC should be taking it forward, and with where all of you should be partner, and we should be improving the lives of people Let's not create a situation by our passiveness, because of our inaction. Let's not create a situation where youngsters or our children are committing suicide. I think it's our moral duty. I think we must act with our full force to stop this thing. I wish you all very best, and I'm pretty sure that during the day there will be very meaningful deliberation, and we should be able to come out with certain recommendations, certain ideas to address this issue. Have a wonderful day, have a nice discussion, and I'm looking forward. We all at National Human Rights Commission, we are looking forward. Let me incidentally also mention one very small, this thing. Here we have our former member, Mr. Rajiv Jain, and last year when I joined National Human Rights Commission, I saw his involvement and his intensity of involvement about various mental health issues, and one of the issues was that in medical colleges or residency program or doctors, young doctors, they face, and unfortunately he has to travel, so he won't be able to know this thing, but thank you, sir, for being here, and we always look forward for your contribution and guidance. So thank you very much, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for today's proceedings. I now invite Dr. V.K. Paul, member Niti Aayog, to address the audience and share his thoughts.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Respected Madam Vijaya Bharati Syani ji, Acting Chairperson NHRC, esteemed members of NHRC, dignitaries, I am very honored to be here, privileged to be here in discussing an area of profound concern for our nation. Health is a human right, and by extension, mental health indeed is a human right. NHRC has rightfully taken up the issue of mental health, issue of serious mental health, issue of the rights of people suffering from devastating mental health conditions. And your efforts, Team NHRC, over the last 2 years have led to definitely discussions within the government system, and I'm happy to inform you that through active discussions in the ministry, Niti Aayog, stakeholders, we are trying to work on a new mental health paradigm and mission for our nation, and your inputs from all sectors and stakeholders, even at this stage, are very, very warm, very welcome. Compliments to NHRC for speaking up for citizens who have mental health issues, and indeed all of us are predilected to have mental health issues of various level at some point in our lives. You very starkly, sir, you mentioned about the tip of the iceberg, namely the suicide. Your own document says one suicide every 40 minutes. Since tea time, somebody has lost his or her life. I also bring to you findings of a survey by NCERT for about 4 lakh students. These are students, school students. 81% of them had anxiety related to studies and examination. I think in this session, just look at the size of the problem, the depth of the problem. 43% had frequent mood swings. A lot of them said attachment to the mobile phone and social media as an issue that bothers them. Low sleep time is a silent outbreak, perhaps epidemic, perhaps pandemic in our society, which has bearing on overall health, including mental health. Student suicides are rising. This has been already stated. A publication quoted in the background document that you saw, spanning 30 universities, 15 cities, higher education students, 19% of them contemplated suicide. 1 out of 5. 7% attempted it. 34% experience symptoms and signs suggestive of depression at some point, and a quarter experienced symptoms and signs of anxiety. A report in India Today recently talked about workplace stress, that 60% of workplace professionals at workplace felt extreme or high stress, 60%. This was more so for those who are in the younger group, 21 to 30, somewhat less, 54% after 40 years of age. I think the size of the problem is so huge that there is a need for a societal response. This is an emergency, and we should all really put together our heads to address it. This is about each one of the citizens. It also by default would have bearing on our journey towards 2047. Let's keep that in mind. We need healthy, vibrant, energetic people with positive mindset, surging ahead in their personal lives and professional lives and contributing to the nation. I'm stating the obvious. There's a need, therefore, to create positive mental health systems and environments and ecosystems in all our institutions. In today's context, very importantly, we are focused on classrooms in schools and higher education and workplaces, Surely, here, how can we create a positive mental health system? And I, in the next session, will try to attempt this through my inputs on how we can do it in schools. How can we do it in colleges and universities? What are those bad triggers, bad habits of teachers, of fathers and peers, such as bullying and ragging and loneliness and drugs, that must be addressed? Because they are tip of the iceberg in us. And then how do we address the challenges being posed by social media? So how to create a society which has a positive state of mental health? And I must say, this is a paradigm which is not fully cracked even in global health systems. It's work in progress. I had the opportunity to speak to Dr. Tedros, the DG WHO headquarters, and I said, do we have a measure of positive state of mental health? And he says, we don't have a metric of this. We need to work on something of that nature. How do we measure? We know the problem, we feel the problem, but is there a metric? We need to think in this direction as well so that we can measure our progress, overarching progress, but this is one aspect. We need to ensure that there is access for help when needed, in privacy. Telemanos is trying to do the same thing, but so much more of this should happen at workplaces. How do I seek help? How do I don't get destigmatized? What is the role of peers and society? What is the pledge we should take at a workplace to see that we can be helpful to each other? What should be the behavior of the bosses? The India Today report particularly talked about the CEOs and the bosses. Your focus are on women and our young girls, adolescents, youth, who are trying to match in that period of fertility many aspects of profession and family. How do we nurture that phase and be helpful to each other? Truly, it is an intersectoral work, and truly, therefore, NHRC, you are the right forum to ignite these ideas and put it on all of us to see how to go forward in a concerted way for our nation. I look forward to being in the listening mode. I look forward to ideas on behalf of Niti Aayog. Thank you for these discussions, because it is our business to hear and craft ideas into policy tools, shall we say, and policy, policy actions. And we look forward to hearing from you and working together now and in future post this workshop on this very, very important issue. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such insightful thoughts. It is now my privilege to invite Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Honorable Acting Chairperson NHRC, to deliver the keynote address and share her thoughts. Please join me in welcoming Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani.
Namaskar. Respected Secretary General Mania Bharatlalji, ji, Mania Dr. V.K. Pal, Member Niti Ayog, Joint Secretary Devendra Kumar Nimji, Anita Sinha ji, Registrar Law Sri David Joginder ji, delegates and respected dignitaries, and my Parivar NHRC. It is a privilege and honor to address this esteemed gathering today at the National Conference on Mental Well-being, Navigating Stress from Classroom to Workplace. This timely and crucial event comes at a juncture when mental health challenges are no longer whispers in the shadows, but matters demanding collective attention and action. As the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, I am deeply gratified to see such a diverse assembly of stakeholders united by a shared purpose, ensuring mental well being for all. Mental health has always been integral to our lives, and the complexities of modern society have brought into sharper focus. The demands of education, the uncertainties of career transitions, and the pressure of professional environments all contribute to a landscape where stress and its consequences are ever present. It is essential to understand that stress affects everyone differently, and its pervasive nature binds us all in the need for solutions, compassion, and action. As we all know, mental well being is not a new age concern, but its roots can be traced back to the ancient history of our nation. India has a rich heritage that recognizes the importance of mental health, which is deeply embedded in its philosophy and spiritual traditions. The wisdom of the Vedas and the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita emphasize harmony between the mind, body, and spirit. For instance, the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated, Bandhuratman astasyenatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu satrutve vartet atmaiva satruvat. This profound teaching underscores the timeless relevance of mental discipline and self awareness in achieving peace. Our ancestors recognized that the mind, when nurtured, becomes a friend that guides us, but if neglected, it turns into a source of inner turmoil. In educational institutions, begins at an early stage when students face immense pressure to perform, whether in academics, extracurricular activities, or social settings. The constant drive to excel and secure a promising future can weigh heavily on their mental health, where many young individuals grapple with anxiety, self doubt, and feelings of inadequacy as they compare themselves to peer or strive to meet societal expectations. Added to this are the complexities brought about by technology. While digital tools have revolutionized education, they also bring challenges such as the distractions of social media, cyberbullying, and the overwhelming exposure to information. The always online culture often leaves little room for reflection or mental rest, further amplifying stress. As students transition from education to the professional world, they encounter an entirely new set of challenges. The journey into the workforce is often filled with uncertainty, whether it is securing employment, adapting to new roles, or finding a sense of purpose. The current job market demands continuous learning and adaptation, with young professionals often feeling pressure to prove themselves in a competitive and ever evolving environment. This phase of life is also accompanied by additional responsibilities such as managing finances, establishing independence, and building social connections in unfamiliar settings. The high expectations placed on individuals during this transition can lead to significant stress, burnout, and feelings of being overwhelmed. Workplace themselves present their complexities. While progress has been made in recognizing the importance of mental health at work, many organizations still struggle to create environments that genuinely support employee well being. Long working hours, high performance demands, and job insecurity continue to take a toll on workers' mental health. The emergence of hybrid work models, while offering flexibility, often blurs the boundaries between professional and personal lives, making it harder to disconnect and recharge. The pressure of work are not limited to employees at the beginning of their career, but across all levels of the professional hierarchy. Leaders grapple with decision-making responsibilities, while those in mid-level positions often navigate the complexities of managing teams and meeting organizational expectations. As we reflect on these challenges in 2024, it is evident that addressing mental health is not just a necessity for individuals, but a societal imperative. Stress and its impact ripple through families, communities, and economies. Poor mental health affects productivity, relationship, and overall quality of life. To effectively navigate stress from the classroom to the workplace, a multifaceted approach is essential. Education systems must prioritize mental health by creating environments that encourage open dialogue and reduce stigma. Schools and colleges should incorporate mental health education into their curricula, equipping students with the tools to manage stress and develop emotional resilience. Teachers and administrators must also be trained to recognize signs of distress and provide timely support to students. In workplaces, organizations must go beyond wellness programs and foster a genuine culture of empathy and care. This includes implementing mental health policies, providing access to counseling services, and promoting work life balance. Leaders should lead by example, demonstrating that prioritizing mental health is not a sign of weakness but a hallmark of strength and awareness. On a broader scale, governments and policymakers must continue to invest in mental health infrastructure, ensuring that resources and services are accessible to all, regardless of socio-economic status or geographic location. Public awareness campaigns can play a crucial role in normalizing conversions around mental health, challenging stereotypes, and encouraging individuals to seek help without fear of judgment. The role of families and communities cannot be understated. Supportive relationships are a cornerstone of mental well being. Encouraging open communication with families, fostering strong social networks, and creating safe spaces for individuals to express themselves are vital steps toward alleviating stress and building resilience. Finally, each of us has a role to play in prioritizing our mental health and supporting those around us. Small actions such as checking in on checking in on a friend, practicing mindfulness, or setting boundaries to prevent burnout can have a significant impact. By acknowledging that mental health is a shared responsibility, we can collectively build a society that values well being as much as it does achievement. In conclusion, the journey from the classroom to the workplace is one of growth, learning, and opportunity, but it's not without its challenges. Navigating stress is a skill that must be cultivated through education, awareness, and systemic support. As we look to the future, let us commit creating a world where mental health is not an afterthought but a fundamental aspect of how we live, work, and thrive. Let us ensure that every individual, regardless of their stage in life, has the resources, understanding, and resilience to navigate the stress they face. Together, we can build a society that values not just success but the well being of all its members. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your powerful and thought provoking address. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our inaugural session. I would request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats as we now proceed towards our session 1, which will address stress among children and adolescents. I request Dr. V.K. Paul, member Niti Aayog, to kindly please remain seated on the dais. Our chair for the session, Dr. V.K. Paul, member Niti Aayog. Please give a huge round of applause for Dr. Paul. This session's theme intends to highlight that alongside the joy of learning and discovery in the educational journey, children and adolescents often grapple with the pressures of high expectations and the intense competition that defines modern education. These pressures if left unaddressed, can lead to stress, anxiety, and even long-term mental health concerns. We already have our chair on the dais, Dr. V.K. Paul. I would also like to invite onto the dais our co-chair for the session, Dr. Rajesh Sagar, Professor of Psychiatry, AIIMS, New Delhi. Please give them a huge round of applause. May I also request our distinguished panelists for this session to join on the dais. Shri Rahul Singh, Chairman, Central Board of Secondary Education. Shri Subodh Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Steel and former DG of the National Testing Agency. Dr. Geeta Malhotra, Country Director, Rural Education and Development, India. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Shri Anand Rao Patil, Additional Secretary, PMPY and Digital Education. Dr. Nand Kumar, Professor of Psychiatry, AIIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Charu Sharma, Principal, Dr. Rajendra Prasad Kendriya Vidyalaya, President States, New Delhi. And Ms. Vijaya Lakshmi Arora, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. The chair, co-chair, and the panelists for session 1. We just get into it. Just a second. We're getting. ये जो इधर बैठा है
Welcome to this important session, the first session of the 3. we are focusing now the issues in the classroom, issues with our children and adolescents in schools. The population of India that is in schools is 18%. Roughly 1 out of 5 of Indian citizens are in schools. It's a huge challenge. This is an age group where habits are formed, habits are refined, brain is still shaping up. It is a foundation for future health, productivity, and readiness to serve as parents and so on. So very, very special age group. I speak up for that age group. Please nurture this age group. And this is also a time, particularly 11 to 13 years, when the psychiatrists will tell you mental health disorders actually take root. So very, very special time. We are slightly behind schedule, and therefore, as I said, my duty is to be in the listening mode. Give my comments at the end of the session, but may I begin with Shri Rahul Singh Ji, Chairman CBSE, for your inputs. We are all going to take about 7 minutes each and not exceed the time because it's the largest panel, but very, very distinguished panel, starting with Shri Rahul Singh Ji.
What is that? Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all the panelists over here, dignitaries, and members of the non-governmental organizations, other attendees. At the outset, I must underscore that the theme of the conference is extremely topical. But stress itself is our response to the challenges that we face. If we don't have stress, we won't be able to handle the challenges. It's a natural response. So stress itself would prompt us to address the challenges and threats in our lives. When it becomes unhealthy is when we aren't able to handle it, or maybe the challenges that are posed are way beyond our, at least the perceived abilities to handle them. So it is about navigating, in a way, the unhealthy stress that we may face. For adolescents, it becomes all the more important because there are other changes that are going on. So if I talk about stress itself, it can be divided into 3 categories, or I would say 3 broad sources of this unhealthy stress. The first is what we as a board, we try to handle the most. That is the stress of the academics themselves. So curriculum design and other things. Pressure to excel academically can lead to stress which an adolescent or a child cannot cope up with. But the second source is probably more significant today, which is the pressure of being together, the societal interactions which the child has with their peers and in society as a whole, where the expectations, the weight of expectations can be too much for the child to handle. A. B, it can also take on, the peer interaction can also take on certain unhealthy hues like bullying, whether physically or on social media, where increasingly our children are to be found. And the third, which is probably the greatest source of stress, is the family dynamics themselves. How the family is handling stress in their own interactions, what are the parental expectations on the child. They can lead to heightened stress amongst children and especially adolescents, because at this stage they are also charting out the path to admissions to higher education institutions. So if you look at the 3 sources of stress, I won't go into the statistics. I think the chair had mentioned those statistics in his address in the inaugural session. But one trend stands out, that children in metropolitan cities, they tend to be more stressed at least as per their self-perception than children in the other areas of the country, and especially as compared to rural children. So this indicates that at least in the metropolitan areas, the third factor that we talked about, that I just underlined, that is the family dynamics may be playing out much more severely in the metropolitan areas, as also probably the social interactions with their peers. They may be playing out a bit more cruelly as compared to rural areas. So how is the CBSE trying to handle these? Because the time is limited, so I'll just briefly encapsulate what CBSE is doing. As far as curriculum goes, all of us know that as the challenge should be just above what the child can handle. Otherwise, if there is no challenge, there is no growth in the brain capacity of the child. What we want to avoid is as the psychiatrist would probably expound more, is the amygdala getting activated more and more rather than the other parts of the brain. So we would like to pitch the curriculum at just the right level of difficulty or ease for the child to be able to navigate it, be very, very mildly challenged, and be able to rise to the challenge. We have reduced the syllabus and the curriculum progressively, but now we are also coming up with a schema where we will aim to offer, starting class 10th, subjects at 2 levels. The subjects which are causing stress, that is mathematics we are already offering, science and social science at 2 levels. So that children who have the aptitude for that subject are able to opt for that particular subject in their respective examinations or the boards, which are a great cause of anxiety among students. We already approved of this proposal, and it will be introduced from the academic session 26-27. The next step is, as per the CBSE's affiliation bylaws, we appoint counselors, we mandate appointment of counselors in schools. Now we make it mandatory. The counselors perform a twofold function. One is career counseling, they are supposed to perform a twofold function, but also the psychosocial health counseling of the children. So in the first instance, the teacher is the first level where the children would go to, and then teachers are also being trained to become classroom counselors, but then if it's not something which can be handled by them, it can be escalated to the school counselor. It's their job to keep tabs and track and to escalate the matter if the child requires much more of assistance. I must confess over here that counselors, even though we have tried, but the qualifications that we have prescribed for the counselors, we don't have that many professions in the country. So there's a challenge. We need to work out a pragmatic solution where we can provide for such counselors in the schools, while also not losing sight of the abilities that their qualifications would actually be able to impart to them. Apart from that, we have a telecounseling helpline which is always set up pre and post examinations. We issue frequently asked questions on how to handle stress. Then there's a program called the Manodarpan. As you all know, it's an initiative of the Ministry of Education. We have undertaken capacity building of teachers on how to enable them to recognize signs of stress in children and how to counsel them. Apart from that, there are several other initiatives that we have taken. We've brought adolescents together to try to also educate them. Recently, we have also started with parental workshops in 2 cities in Delhi and one in Mumbai, where we have interacted with parents, and we are trying to formulate a single strategy whereby we can ask schools to actually have seminars with the parents and to educate them about the third part of the stress. The home is the refuge of the child. The home should be a safe place. So how the parents can actually make the home atmosphere stress-free. If there are other family issues, ask the parents to solve the issues and to resolve them. So this is the next part. I won't talk about the other initiatives that maybe during the Q&A that can be talked of. As you all are aware, the new national education policy, it very specifically takes a holistic view of the mental well-being of students. And it says that mental well-being of students is required for optimal learning. So the NCERT has already developed the national curriculum framework for school education for both the preparatory stage and for the secondary stage and the foundational stage. All the NCFs, they integrate the mental well-being of students in various aspects such as syllabus development, development of content, and teaching material, pedagogical practices. We hope that going forward, we'll be able to not only arrest the epidemic, but make our children more resilient, because the focus of today's children would be to take the country forward. There will be many shocks that they would be encountering in the future, including retraining. Be ready for new learnings and new challenges which we can't even probably anticipate today. To make them future ready citizens, we require them to be resilient. So the ultimate objective would be that if we are able to make our children resilient, all of these initiatives would have come to fruition. I think I'll stop at this. My allotted time seems to be up. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the question answer session.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Just one clarification. When we will say that we are mandating consular, which is a great development, how many schools will it cover in the country? How many students will it cover?
So when we say is mandated, it means that for seeking CBSE affiliation or for seeking extension, it is required that the school have a full-time wellness teacher appointed. So roughly as of today, around 6,000 schools already have it. The total number of CBSE affiliated schools in the country is 30,100 odd. We have a long way to go. As I said, the qualifications that have been prescribed, we have an internal deliberation going on. We have involved other institutions as well in that to prescribe pragmatic qualifications for these counselors. But presently it's a MSc in psychology, so we don't have that many professionals available.
Sure. Thank you very much. India has 14 lakh schools, just to bring the context. But that's how it begins, because we are at the fountainhead of reform. Thank you very much, Shri Singh. May I request now, Subodhji, you have dealt with a very difficult task of conducting examinations. Very obvious reason for stress, but then I'm sure reforms can be undertaken. Over to you, sir. Your 7 minutes start now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. First, I congratulate NHRC to organize this national conference on such a very important topic of mental well-being. And this session is mainly regarding the schools and the coaching centers of that age group. So, a lot of studies have been done regarding the stress and the societies, particularly in Kota, and so much data is available that different age groups, 7 to like 15% students, they are suffering from the mental health issues. And in Kota, about 1.75 lakh students go every year for coaching. And when they go for coaching, about 30% feel decline in the mental health when they join, and only 3% are able to visit the mental health professionals. So such is a gap between the facilities there in the regarding this handling this mental health issues. The common cause for the stress in different reports, they are like fear of the failure, disinterest in the curriculum, like a kid doesn't have an interest in maths, but he has been sent to Kota for coaching for engineering, lack of mental health support and counseling, parental pressure and unrealistic expectations, lack of infrastructure and support systems, and the social media and digital stress is a lot of distraction for the kids nowadays. So first I will talk about the initiatives which NTA has taken and to de-stress the things, and then a general few points. So NTA, as CBSE chairperson has said that CBSE and so many other school boards have reduced their syllabus, but NTA were having their old syllabus, which was much more than the school syllabus. So last year we had a meeting with all the boards and reduced the syllabus by about 25% in JE and NEET to align the syllabus with the board syllabus. Otherwise, the students had to go for coaching and tuition to cover that extra syllabus, and that is a very stressful thing for the students, particularly for the remote and rural areas. Then most of the tests, other than NTA and CBSE, most of the tests by the different agencies, they are conducted either in English or Hindi. We started with the 13 regional languages so that students studying in different languages, they can appear in that language. So this is also a like very good help towards the student of state boards and this studying in the regional languages. We have increased the number of examination centers so that the student doesn't need to travel a long distance to appear in the exam, particularly for the poor background people and downtrodden people in the society, and hilly and Naxal areas, remote areas, particularly northeastern and J&K, where they have to travel, like if you have to travel even 200 kilometers, you may have to take 10 hours. So we have increased centers there so that students feel comfortable. Then we have launched during COVID a lot of like students will not they were not able to go to schools. So we launched a national test abhyas on which they could take tests, and they can like see in which particular topic they are weak, what needs to be improvement, and this was started with for JEE, NEET, and UGC NET, and other exams in English and Hindi, and now we are planning to start these test in other regional languages as well. And so far, till now, more than 50 lakh students have taken these tests. And we developed some lectures in physics, chemistry, maths, biology through the IT professors, and we have uploaded those lectures on our website. So a person who cannot afford coaching or tuition, they can go through those lectures and see the like how they can do the preparation. So these are the some initiatives which has been taken by NT. And one more initiative, particularly JE, we started this exam twice, and whichever is the best that score is taken. Like GRE, you can appear in four times, because one a particular day you are not well, or due to other reason you are not able to perform, so you get another chance. So as the infrastructure of the exam in country increases, the other exams can also be conducted in 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and the best of the score can be taken. Some suggestions regarding the coaching institutions and other, because if you see the coaching institutions, they are very commercial in nature, and we have like multiplexes in cinema, one batch is out and just after second batch is in. They mainly focus on the top star students, which are 40, 50 like in number in each coaching, and they spend lot of resources on them, because they are the students who come in the top merit list, and bada bada sa advertisement unka hi naam photo aata hai. But what happened to like other lakhs of students who are studying there? And if you visit a coaching center, you find in many coaching centers in one classroom 100, 200 and 250 students like study. Some students even don't get the chair to sit. So these type of atmosphere is there. I think this needs to be regulated so that a teacher can focus on the students. At least like in school curriculum, we see 35, 40, 45 or maximum 50 students in a class, in which a teacher can focus attention on a student, and he can monitor the behavior also. So that is one aspect. And second, if we see these coaching institutions are also like academic institutions. If you go to a school and college, you have so many activities other than academic activities, recreational activities, sports, and so much. But these are like totally commercial in nature. They don't have a space or anything for all those things. So these are the things which needs to be done in those coachings also. Then the main role is of the parents. Unexpected expectations from the student, and everybody need not go nowadays in the engineering and medical now. So with this liberalization in economy growing, the service sector, so many fields are open for the kids. So they can select any fields. We try to develop a portal or sort of a test which a student can take and find what is the potential in this student. So if that student select that field, that would be best for his development. Nobody should be forcibly sent to these type of coachings in engineering. One student in Kota suicided after getting successful in JE because he was not interested in studying engineering. So these type of things happen. Other students decided who were successful, but he did not got the marks as per his expectations. So the family thing is very important, the expectations. And one thing which I was just thinking, why the things have changed in last 30, 40 years. When we used to be the students, we used to live in the joint family. Now the families are isolated, nucleus, and there is no social relations with the neighbors and all that. तो पहले कोई फेल भी होता था तो घर पे डांट भी खाते थे, मार भी खाते थे, और कभी सुसाइड की तरफ सोचते भी नहीं थे. अब जो है मतलब if he is not able to perform well, and there is so much the discussion within the family and other issues, because now the both parents are working, their mental pressure in the house, and the relations between the wife and husband fighting each other, and that affects the child psychology also. So I think parents have nowadays, they have to change themselves, if we consider like 30, 40 years back, and they have to support the child. There is hardly communication between the parents and children. They come from work, अपना कहीं मोबाइल पे बैठ जाते हैं, ये वो. तो आई थिंक वी नीड टू गिव द टाइम टू चिल्ड्रन, और उसका कोई बिहेवियरल चेंज होता है. आई थिंक डॉक्टर साहब विल टॉक मोर ऑन दिस. एंड so these type of things which should be monitored, and if there is any change in behavior, we should consult the experts. So these are the things which I wanted to speak, and then rest I'll take a question and answer.
Thank you very much, Subodhji. Thank you indeed. Thank you. Thank you for the measure that you have taken, and so much more to be done. Dr. Geeta Malhotra, ma'am, you are from rural education, action background. We would like to know from you how to address this problem. How do we go forward, ma'am?
Thank you very much, Chair Dr. Paul. I am from rural education and development. I am taking everyone to the rural areas rather than talking about the urban areas. We set up community library and resource centers. And according to my experience of 20 years taking libraries to the rural areas, we work with the rural population and touch the lives of more than 5 lakh children and the women in the rural areas where there is so much of demand of the libraries, not the coaching centers per se, because our partnership is so strong that we tell the community to give us the space. And they give us the space, and we set up the library for the children there. Yes, the woman is the fulcrum of the whole society, I should say, that starting from family. And we work with women also side by side, enabling, empowering, and educating her also how she can take care of the family, the children, and how she can play a pivotal role in bringing up the children in the rural areas and the semi-urban areas. We also work in the slum areas also, sir, because there is a need to address this kind of population also in the country, rather than the affluent families. Their problems are completely different than the rural children who are seeking access to even the books. They don't have books in their hands. Technology, they are not much interested, except the mobile phone, which is coming again from the urban areas to the rural areas, but affordability is a big question for them also. I would like to highlight few points here which I have observed during my extensive travel in 500 plus villages in rural areas. Yes, we are in the phase of demographic transition, and if we leave the children with mental stress, sir, we can very well imagine the future where we are going to lead the young population. Yes, the panelists have highlighted about the information and the knowledge they are gathering. It's the food for thought from them. And whatever knowledge and information we are giving to them, their whole life is going to depend on that. And we should be very much confident. Apart from the curriculum we are designing, there is a need for holistic development, the knowledge, which which are the basis for the moral education, the values the children are getting from the families, the parents, and that have to be imbibed by the children, and regular and consistent efforts are to be made to talk in with the children face to face and enable them to understand. That is what we are doing in a very holistic manner, talking to them. And during COVID, when there was so much of pressure on the women because the migration took place, the male members went home and they were having lot of work on their head and the mental stress was there. We, the organization, and especially myself, addressed each and every woman through our 60 community library and resource centers on mental health by making them learn how the Zoom can play a very important role for national level connectivity with the people who don't have access to. In the village we have internet access to computers, laptops. They are part of our library. It's all free services, and thanks to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation who started with us, and now we are dependent 100% on the corporate funding, and corporates are realizing the importance of these libraries in the rural areas. So when we are talking to the woman, we are enabling her to transform her life, which is very, very important. Unless the fulcrum is strong, the children are not going to be resilient, what we are anticipating in our future. The National Education Policy has very well defined 2020 policy about the life skills, moral education, leadership education, and also the language in which we are addressing the children. The respectful language, the moral language, the value oriented language is very, very important, and the teachers are being trained on that, of course. But yes, every human being has to understand how we address the children of this young age where we are at present and how they can carry the values further. Nutrition is very, very important, sir, especially in the rural areas because of the financial sustainability. The nutrition value is very important. We are working by selecting youth in the rural areas as Gram Mitras, taking government schemes to the doorsteps of the rural community, the children, the youth, the women, and then enabling them to understand what government is doing for them and how they can avail all these services. The point which I would like to mention here is that there is a need to rejuvenate the libraries in the country, because that is the safe space for our young population to interact with their peer groups, learning good habits, good behavior, and also the retired teachers in the rural areas can play a very important role, sir. There is a need to give them the responsibility how they can play, and we are doing in a very small way whatever we can do. But I am sharing at this platform the success stories what we are able to get. In 15 states we are present in more than 50 districts, but there is a need to cover the whole country pan India with the values we are bringing on the ground. See, the last point I would like to make here is that government is doing excellent work. When I travel to the rural areas, I find the government has reached to the hook and corner. I meet district collectors, and they have given us the free space in panchayats to set up the libraries. Last week I was with the CDO of the Noida, and he gave me the list of 60 panchayat ghars who have been renovated, and they say, ma'am, please establish the libraries here, because it's a very, very safe space where the children can come, and parents don't say anything when the child is going to the library, having access to the book, computers. And sir, the website of the curriculum, NDLI website, is working very well, sir. There is no need to spend money, huge money by the parents for the coaching. It's a self-learning, tutorials are there, sir, and it's free of cost. The children can have access to this kind of educational hub online, technology has to be used in a better way, because social media is ruining the youth in a big way, because whenever I go to the villages, selfie is the one thing they would like to take. And I always tell them, if you have access to technology, use it in a proper way, the holistic manner in which you can develop yourself by connecting globally with what you can learn from the use of the technology. The last point I would like to make here, family dynamics is very, very important. There is a need for the male member to understand what pressure the female is going through, and similarly the female has to understand what pressure the male is going through. It's equity, I should say that. And the last point I would like to mention here is the inclusivity, which is very, very important, because it's in our mind, it's in our DNA. Because if we just take it out that everybody is having the equal human rights for even living, even having access to the good life with self dignity. So I have empowered 1 lakh women for earning decent life in rural areas by creating opportunities for that. Because if a woman has money in her hand, she is not dependent on continuing the higher education of their children. This is proved by myself, sir. I am saying this very confidently, because the woman says, I have been deprived of education. My children should not be deprived of education. And there are many examples where the libraries are open 24 into 7, where the girls are cracking exams by self-study of the AIMS and NEET exams, because they don't have access to the expensive books. They don't have access to internet. The mobile is there, but they can't afford the internet cost. So our libraries are providing free access to internet cost, and they are availing all these facilities. Thank you so much. I just
Thank you very much. You're showing the way how society can respond, can rise to the occasion, and that I think is so critical. May I now request Dr. Charu Sharma, I'm your principal, Dr. Rajendra Prasad Kendriya Vidyalaya in Delhi. Please, your reflections.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. As a school leader, I just want to submit that every school has its own culture, and culture building and culture shaping aspects actually define the vision and mission of a school. Majorly, as has been discussed over here, 81% of pressure comes from the academic sector. As a school principal, I believe that the purpose of education is to prepare the child for life. So, and the child for life means an efficient life. So it's not only about bearing the academic pressure, but it's about bearing the problems which a child may face in the future. A minimally healthy environment is not about being happy all the time. It's about being feeling supported, feeling valued, feeling heard, feeling empowered. So, mental health and mental well being, in my view, is a shared experience. Since I am a school leader, so I have to take care of the mental issues not only of the students but of the faculty as well, the teachers as well, because they do face many kind of pressures at the personal front as well as the professional front. We need to understand that 1/3 of a day's clock a child spends in a school. So certainly the onus on the school lies very much about the mental health and the education. Till now, we have been always discussing about the mental issues when they reach out to a threshold. We hardly focus on the process, that how they reach out to this stage. And in a school system, it's about the curriculum, it's about the pedagogy. About the curriculum, it has already been discussed, but as a principal, I feel, and that too of a government sector, where we find lot of diversity, If we talk about the students, they come from all kind of economic strata, any other variation which can actually create some sort of complex among the students. So it has to be addressed in a very practical manner. If we talk about that is the pressures, we discuss about the academic pressure, we discuss about the social pressure, peer pressure, family pressure. Family pressure is like something on everyday basis I see that single parenting, domestic violence, abuses, normally these are being ignored and we feel that they don't have any kind of rectification as far as the school system is considered. But I believe a teacher can play a key role in giving an emotional sponge to the students. So, feeling of being secured is very important thing to make a child mentally very stable. I think that it's about the Pathshala, it's about the Parivar, it's about the Parivesh. Together, if I think about, it brings mental strength to the students. While going through the case studies, I find that PTM in a Vidyalaya, it plays a very key role because we talk about the inclusion of the parents in making a child emotionally and in every possible way strengthful. So the PTM should target about the fact that we all know that when a child becomes mentally unstable, so the teacher has to understand that there are certain factors through which a child can be made mentally strong. We need to make the child understand about the fact. I would like to mention a particular case over here. There was a girl child in class 12, family issues, parents were undergoing separation, and it happened at a very wrong time, just after the second pre boards. And we could visibly see that there was a stress. So the teachers, they collectively own the responsibility of the girl and they asked that, do you want any kind of intervention at your home front? Girl said, no, I am now habitual to this. But since girl is going through that stage, so the teachers, they discussed the case among themselves and we found that lesser the girl remain at home because practically at that time she was about to face the board examination. So the emotional strength, the lesser she stays in that kind of atmosphere where the negativity prevails at all the time, that only can save the girl at particular time. As ma'am was saying that for a girl child, it's very important to be self-reliant. The board examinations were not going to come again and again. So it's about the fact that teachers need to understand that what is the demand of the time at particular phase. So that's how the girl was handled during the examination days. There was a lot of gap. So we used to call the girl from the home. She used to stay in the school as long as possible, as long as the parents accept about the fact. And now the girl is studying in a very reputed college of Delhi University. So there are many, many such case studies. There was a child, and in class 12, 11th, we have a poem called Childhood, where the poet says about the fact that nobody knows that when actually childhood goes off, when the innocence disappears, when the practicality, when the hypocrisy, it arises. And then was a girl, and she stood, who otherwise used to remain very silent, that I actually know that when actually it happened, when I lost my father. So my point is that in curriculum itself, we have immense possibilities to discuss about the facts, to give the child the opportunity to vent out the feelings, which otherwise a child is not able to handle. So it becomes very unconsciously on part of a child. But teachers can be conscious enough to create such opportunity where a child releases his or her emotions. Then in other ways, we have several co-curricular activities. I have seen that some of the children, because in normal societal setup, we talk about the returns. हम बच्चे को हमेशा ही बोलते हैं तुम पढ़ोगे नहीं तो फेल हो जाओगे, तुम ये नहीं करोगे तो तुम्हारा ऐसा हो जाएगा. We never try or attempt to create a positive atmosphere. तो हमें बच्चों को ये बताना पड़ता है कि भाई रिटर्न अनकंडीशनल और कंडीशनल प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ता है. हम कहते हैं हम सब समझते हैं पर इसको अपनी हैबिट में लाना होता है. वी आर मेच्योर इंडिविजुअल्स. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द टीचर्स, पेरेंट्स, they have some issues, some things are beyond their own control. So, in such cases, we feel as a school administrator the responsibility on the whole system. It's about the teachers, it's about the peers also, that how they can emotionally support. I say that there are the cases when I, as an individual, provide shelters to many, to the students. But other way around also it happens that sometimes the students provide the shelter to the teacher. If a teacher is having some kind of trauma on the personal front, and when they come and they interact with the students, it is actually very antidepressive as well, because they feel that they are also valued, they have made a difference in the life of somebody. So it's all about that in a school system, it's about that keeping heart in the like learning equation. It's not only about the fact that we always used to talk about the academics, about the behavior. Rather, teacher as a first hand counselor should consistently observe the child behavior mechanism. If at all there is some difference, then definitely the child should be discussed among all the teachers who are taking the classes in that particular class. And then the things should be discussed with the professional counselor, with the school administration, that is very much possible. As sir has been saying already that there is complete dearth of efficient and professional counselor. So we can't sit back and pass on the ball. Rather, as a teaching fraternity, I think we should take up a call in identifying and addressing the issues at our level. If at all you make a small difference, it is going to make a difference in the life of a child. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. Thank you, indeed. May I now invite Madam Vijayalakshmi Arora ji, representing Child Protection Program
Sir,
in
do you
UNICEF.
mind if I go there? Because,
Please, welcome.
yeah. And there was a presentation which I had shared. I'm not sure whether that's okay. Can I just go there? Sure. Respected chair and co-chair and distinguished dignitaries on the dais and delegates present here today. I just want to talk about two or three things. There is a lot which has already been said in terms of the prevalence of the issue or the magnitude of the issue, so I'm not going to repeat those statistics, but just want to reiterate a few things. Is it on? Oh, how do I use this? So, sorry, how do I operate this? If you can help me. Yeah. Yeah, but can you make it full screen?
Full screen, ma'am.
Can you help me just move the slides? Yeah. So what I just want to thanks. What I want to just reiterate here is I think one of the speakers had earlier said that it's the young cohort and women who are most vulnerable. And according to WHO, 50% of mental health problems are established by age 14 and 75% by age 24. And there is a lot, I think, which has already been discussed about the suicide epidemic. So I will not touch upon that. But what I do want to highlight is the multidimensional and multi-layered risk factors. So it's not like there is only academic pressure which is contributing to mental health problems. I think children face problems in numerous ways, and it is a multidimensional issue. And therefore, when we are designing any intervention, we also need to understand that the intervention has to take into account the risk factors and the multidimensional factors. There is a lack of awareness and normalization of distress. Only 15% of college students were able to identify depression, according to a study, and only 33% could identify depression in the absence of negative life event. And the last point that I want to mention here is stigma and low demand for services. 41% of young people in India aged 15 to 24 believe in seeking help for mental health compared to 83% globally.
So we know that we have a long way to actually go. I just want to talk a little bit about the context or the big picture and share some data around that for us to be able to locate this issue within that context. So the first point is around budgets. India's mental health budget is 1.7% of the total health budget. An increase of 0.6% was seen in since 2022. And we really need to focus on driving utilization at district levels, which are closer to communities than tertiary care institutions. I'll come to it in terms of why this is a priority in a bit. Addressing bottlenecks in policy implementation. I think the previous speakers have also mentioned the presence of several schemes and intervention, and that was mentioned even in the inaugural session. So India has a comprehensive policy and legal framework for mental health with one national mental health policy and 11 schemes across child protection, health, education sector. And there is emerging commitment to strengthen implementation with community engagement, capacity building, and multi-sectoral coordination. Then bridging the treatment gap. Only 0.75 psychiatrists and 1.93 mental health professionals for every 100,000 people are available in the country today, constituting a treatment gap of 80% for common mental disorders. This is according to the National Mental Health Survey 2015-16. So there is a need to invest in building the capacity of non-specialists in psychosocial intervention, prevention and promotion activities, meaningful community engagement with due provisions for follow-up support or supervision to bridge the treatment gap. And the last data that I want to talk about is data and evidence for accelerating the mental health agenda. State and central allocations and trends of utilization across service provision and effectiveness of interventions in contributing to well-being, demand generation, improved mental health outcomes. I think the more we have data on these dimensions, the better we will be equipped in terms of designing and implementing relevant interventions. So mental health, as I mentioned earlier, is affected by multidimensional and multi-layered risks that warrant actually multi-sectoral action for every child. I just want to talk a little bit about the approach. So one of the things that UNICEF in its experience has learned is there is a need to approach this issue using a socio-ecological model. Sorry if it sounds very theoretical, but very simply put, a child does not exist in a vacuum in a society. The child is living within a family. The family is living within a larger community, and the community is within a society, and there are policies, there are larger frameworks which are actually influencing what is happening at the different levels. So when we are talking about promoting mental health and psychosocial care among children and their well-being, that those interventions need to be informed by this framework. And this is mainly because child development and well-being is embedded in the context around. And there is this, some of you may be familiar with this MHPS's pyramid of care. And what I do want to really focus on, the first point is that it is important to have a life course approach. The earlier you detect, the better it is. And if you look at the bottom of this pyramid or the triangle, the whole focus is on prevention and promotion. How do you universally promote, and prevent mental health issues from emerging? And there is a role which the frontline health workers, the teachers, maybe the childline and civil society organizations, the community members, parents, youth, they can play a very big role. And then at the second level, you have early detection and primary care. There are certain categories of population, or in this context, children, who are vulnerable, who are, experiencing certain risk factors. So how do you do an early detection and provide for, some primary care? And here again, the health service providers, maybe the one-stop centers for women, the district child protection functionaries from a protection perspective, adolescent health and wellness counselors, civil society organizations can play a very big role here. And then, of course, the last bit is the specialized service for healing and recovery, where, this is really for people who are survivors of mental health concerns. They could have gone through severe trauma and they need specialized service, and you're referring them to medical professionals, and district and mental health programs, and online counseling could be some of the methods for dealing with this. This is my last slide. And what I really want to talk about is how has UNICEF, in the context of education, prioritized certain interventions. And there are really 6 interventions here, and I think the earlier speakers have touched upon most of it. But I just want to kind of emphasize or reiterate them. So the first thing is, increase mental health literacy among children and adolescents, their teachers and caregivers. There has to be a space even in the school context for children and teachers to be able to talk about mental health concerns. So how do you really create that space within the school? That is the first point. And whether we can implement a school curriculum that includes physical, social, emotional, psychological aspects of student health, their safety, their nutrition and well-being. So you need to provide opportunities to strengthen teachers and caregivers' ability to promote and protect children's mental health and well-being, encourage positive, healthy family caregiver relationships. The second point is embedding transferable skills in the curriculum from early childhood to adolescence. When you say transferable skills, what are you really referring to? These are a set of skills which is actually going to help the child to navigate his or her life, not just when the child is in the school, but to be able to navigate his or her life, as they progress out of the school to college, when they are in their career or when they are family. How do they, what kind of skills should they be having to be able to cope with stress at different levels or different stages of life? Then workforce development, I think a lot has been said in terms of building the capacity of teachers and other school staff so that they can support children of all ages, gender, activities, and their mental health and well-being. Then integrating MHPSS in the context of education, in the context of humanitarian crisis. We know that a lot of children miss out on school the moment there is a flood or moment there is a conflict or there is a natural disaster. So how do you integrate MHPSS or mental health and psychosocial care in that emergency context in the school, as a setup is a priority area of action for us. Then supporting teachers' well-being. I think my predecessor spoke about it, like policies and tools that support and promote the mental health and well-being of the education staff. If the teachers don't have, the opportunity to address their own issues, and if their mental well-being is not going to be okay, then they are not going to be able to support the children. So therefore, prioritizing this becomes very, very important. And the last action or the last point that I want to talk about is increased access to MHPSS services through schools. I think there is already a move to have counselors in the school, but sometimes maybe the counselors are not enough. Maybe you have to refer them to other services. So how do you then, how can the school have the required kind of information about referral services? How can the education system converge with health services or other service providers so that, the mental health and psychosocial well-being of children can be promoted? Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Nand Kumarji, my distinguished colleague from AIMS Department of Psychiatry, for your ideas.
Thank you, sir. So stress is basically a perception. I was so stressed out, I thought my name got deleted. But I'm, sir, very happy that now it is restored. So the perception means no. The perception could be I'm given chance a little late so that I could listen and I could cover the area what has not been covered. So thank you, NHRC, and thank you, sir, for the time. Actually, we're talking about stress, but we need to understand what stress is. Actually, it is perception. Coming from AIMS to NHRC, finding a right kind of gate, finding a right hall, finding a chair off the dais, on the dais, it could be so stressful. No? But that depends on the perception. And if I feel that, okay, I'm getting a chance to meet a lot of eminent people and listening to them and having good snacks also after this panel discussion, then that's a perception. And I feel good. So now how this perception matters. The entire perception depends upon what? Sensory system, our five senses, and how these five senses perceive the sensation and how it get wired in the brain, and how this wiring do the interpretation of this sensory stimulus. That is basically the entire story of the stress. So the wiring start from the school, the classroom, and the wiring continue to workplace also, till entire life in fact. So it is so important session that navigating stress from classroom to the workplace. It's so important in fact. And we need to understand the stress little better in medical terms also. If we talk medically, stress means how the body or brain react to any stimulus, or any sensory stimulus. But if you go with the psychology, it's a negative connotation is there. Stress means no, something negative connotation, distress, painful things. And it has been so abused and misuse in the last 10 years. When we talk about a stress, it is all negative. And we have used so much this word, or we have marketed, we have benefited also. Like even the small children of say 6 years, 7 years, they would say, I'm stressed out, मुझे बहुत tension हो रहा है. It is fact. But actually no, they picked up in a very negative way. But we just briefly discussed. 20 years back, 30 years back, we used to travel by the train, and train would get late by 10 hours. And we would buy a newspaper and read it, and some magazine, read it, and enjoy it. There was no Twitter, no Facebook, no grievances mechanism. And no, it was a good learning, in fact. It would develop a lot of tolerance. So it's all about how the brain perceives the stress. When we talk about stress, we usually talk about stress and anxiety and depression. That is also some sort of misperception. The stress can lead to any medical illness, ranging from diabetes to hypertension to heart attack, any illness, gastritis, pancreatitis, any illness. Because lot of stress, we don't know what it happened to the body. And there is autonomic system in the body, nervous system, that regulates the entire stress mechanism also. And that system is basically, we are not aware what happened to the food till we swallow it. So the food is under control till it is in our hand and mouth. Once it goes within the stomach, once we swallow it, we are not aware what is happening to the food. So same thing happened with the stress also. What stress is doing to the body and the brain, most of us are not aware of. And that depends on how we cope. And if we talk about coping, coping could be of variety of nature, but coping can't be very structured. Like in mental health practices, psychiatry and psychology, we teach coping. Like we have to cope like this. No, but it may not work. So what Chairperson CBSE has rightly pointed out, the resilience. Resilience is so different, so subjective. The same kind of a stressful situation, I could respond differently, you could respond differently. So the resilience building is so important instead of perhaps focusing on a lot of things. And that resilience building had, it had inbuilt mechanism in the earlier time. Because when a lot of physical activity was there, social activity was there, cultural activity was there, now it is a little different. Because even now we play football in the dining area and drawing room. In the what box? What box? Xbox. Online gaming. So stress can lead to a lot of other symptoms also. Like 30% of the people who develop recurrent pain abdomen, they are stressful, as per some American data, American Psychological Association. Stress can lead to the headache also, because if you are stressed out, then you are tensed all the time like this. So that leads to spasm of the muscles and the headache. So headache is much more common than anxiety. Pain abdomen, much more common than anxiety. Then comes the nausea also. Nausea, gastritis. Then comes anxiety and depression. And basically, we teach what is anxiety and depression. And we as a parent also start educating, you don't get stressed out. but stress is so important. So the perception is so important of the stress that we need to understand that. Uh, we have developed a lot of perhaps mechanism to cope. One thing is very important: substance abuse. What we are doing nowadays, we are treating substance abuse, we are treating the withdrawal symptom, and we are treating the intoxication. But actually, most of substance abuse cases have underlying anxiety and emotional issues. And what actually happens if I'm stressed out, I'm having the issue, I'm not able to resolve that, then the alcohol helps me a lot because it treats the anxiety. Cigarette may help me to elevate my mood. So basically, emotional issues are getting treated by self, by the kids or by adult. So most of the time it is neglected, and that is the reason I think what I feel. I don't believe because data I don't have that we are not able to handle the substance abuse treatment very successfully. The relapse rate is very high. So what to do? Suicide rate is rising in the last 1 decade. For children it is 4%, for adult it is 2%. That means something is wrong somewhere. Now we have more number of psychologists, more number of psychiatrists. Still, the numbers are increasing of anxiety, depression, suicide, and so on. So something is wrong somewhere. We are not able to hit the right button. So I completely agree with the chairperson CBSE when he mentioned about the resilience. We need to do something that can develop the resilience of the kids. And that is only possible with the help of combining the education and the health. So when we talk about mental health, we try to give the data. But whatever data we have gone through today, it can't be measured. Mental health can't be measured. Illness can't be measured. What chairperson said in the beginning, in fact, health and happiness, we can't measure it. So we need to perhaps develop something like that, or even if we don't develop, we need to understand that so that we can properly address that part. In view of the same, we have developed a program in the AIMS, Delhi, called MATE. MATE is Mind Activation Through Education. It's a workshop-based program. Dr. Sagar is a part of that program. And we are implementing this program in the state of Meghalaya and in 10 schools. And just waiting for the outcome, it seems good. Then we need also to normalize the stress. We need to change the connotation. What we can do, that we can discuss further. But I think these two things are important to normalize, to manage the stress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. I now go to Shri Anand Rao Patilji, representing Department of School Education and Literacy. Please, sir. You heard a lot. You look after school and school children.
Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Your 7 minutes start now.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is very difficult to speak in the last. And as sir told that you heard a lot, being the person from the Ministry of Education, it's a lot of action points on my table, on my menu. So we'll definitely consider the prescription given by the esteemed panel. Just to start with, I can say how to deal with the stress. And I was looking after all the people sitting here, and I can see there is enormous stress on everybody's face. If you smile, I think that is the good answer to the stress. So we should smile. Nobody is smiling. Thank you so much, NHRC, for giving this opportunity. In Ministry of Education, School Department, as Paul sir has already told that in India we have 15 lakh schools, we have 25 crore children in the ecosystem. And if you go to the government schools, we have around 10.5 lakh schools and more than 12 crore children in the ecosystem, which we are dealing with. A lot of initiatives has been taken, and one of them is a game changer, which is transforming the education system, is the National Education Policy, which has given very effective weightage to the mental well-being also. as rightly told by our CBSE chairman, that curriculum has been reduced by the NCRT, by the various state boards also, including CBSE, which was carrying a lot of stress on the children's, and it has been brought down. Now, the way assessment has been taken, we are changing that also. We are dealing with more than 66 state boards in India, and we are working with them for making more awareness about the assessments for the exams, so that children can avoid the stress and they can be stress free. We have flagship programs called Samagra Shiksha, where a lot of infrastructure has been given to the states, 36 states in India, including Union Territories. Samagra Shiksha provide this around 46,000 crore budget is there, funds to the various state governments. PM Poshan, which I look after, it is a midday meal scheme. We provide food to around say 11 crore children in India. So daily more than 9 crore children they eat in the schools. It is up to the 8th standard, from the Balvatika 3 to 8th standard. So we provide food to 9 crore children. So if you say the last 1 year, it will be more than 200 million meals has been provided, which is we take care of the nutrients. Yes, it is not enough, but we are working on that. PM Rising schools are there, which are exemplary schools to provide the leadership in the blocks. So every block is getting 2 schools, and more than 12,000 schools has been sanctioned, and they are working it. The immediate result which we had the survey, we seen that the enrollment of these schools is increased by almost 25%. So these schools are really becoming a game changer in the ecosystem of education. And again, many speakers told about the Manodarpan. NCRT is conducting this Manodarpan program, which is a sale. We have started it during the COVID, and there was good response. 80 counselors, the experts are there, which they talk to the children online. Telemanas is by the Health Ministry, which is also doing good job. We are dealing directly with the students. So students call the counselors in their own languages. We are working for many languages, it is going on. So this is very important by the Manodarpan. Sayog is a program which we run on the PME Visa channels. Government of India, we have 200 channels, which we given to the NCRT, around 14 channels, and then various states we allotted 3 to 5 channels, where they conduct the programs in their own vernacular languages, mother tongue, which is again very useful for the children to handle the stress, and they are really doing good job in that. Then Diksha portal is there. In Diksha portal, we are having content for 3.5 lakh e-content is there, including Sati, which our ex-NDA chairman was talking about. It is providing pre-coaching it is not coaching, basically it is providing the content to the children. So Diksha online, Diksha offline, we are working on that. And it is the states also helping us in providing the content in the local languages. So they are also tenants on this Diksha portal. In Diksha, we can see that around 108 languages are there in content-wise, including 7 foreign languages. Everybody is aware in this hall that Pariksha Pe Charcha by the Honorable Prime Minister is one of the flagship program by this ministry, which helps children to understand and deal with the stress. Again, I can say this very important aspect to deal with stress started by NCRT is let's speak. Any problem we should speak. Any adult or adolescent or any child. As a parent should talk to the children. As a teacher should talk to the children. And children also should talk to the parents. They should feel free to speak. So let's speak. I request this gathering to carry this message from our Ministry of Education. Tell the people to speak. Speaking will solve a lot of problems. Recently we seen in Delhi, one boy, he has killed his parents on their anniversary, and including his sister. So what is that mental well-being of that boy? We don't know. It is from the good family. He was studying in the very reputed university here. So we don't want this type of outcomes to come. We want children to go and lead the MNCs in the world. That is what is this ministry is. We are working for the parents counseling also, as rightly told by our Secretary General sir also and other eminent speakers. The suicides are happening, it is peer pressure is happening, and most of the pressure is coming from the family. So we need to tell the parents ki enough is enough, let children deal with it. We are having the counselors now. We are working for the more counselors in the each and every school, or at least blocks, where they can guide for career guidance. And the children can have a lot of options. They can take the informed decision and deal with their own careers easily, happily. Recently, I had opportunity to visit Assam, and I interacted with the children. So one of the children, whenever we ask questions, the children are very stressful. One of the boy in second standard, whenever we ask question, he was smiling. So I asked him, ki, how can you smile? What is the reason behind smiling? Even he was not able to reply as he was smiling. So he told in Assamese, he told me, sir, my father told me, you don't bother for any problems. Always keep smiling. See, this is the second standard student is teaching us. And his father was actually just a small petty shop owner. So I think these people, they know how to handle it, and we should keep smiling with the challenges. Definitely we can go through this social media or new challenges, what is happening in the, we can say in the Asia or countries like Russia, whatever happening. There's so many wars and so many changes. We can deal with all those issues. Again, I'm coming back to my ministry. We are working with the interministerial group. We are having dialogue with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. We are having dialogue with the WCD Women Child Development. Then higher education is a department in my own ministry, with UNICEF, UNESCO, for dealing with this, bringing this mental well-being policy, where we can deal with the bullying, we can deal with the substance, we can deal with the suicides. We have prepared the UMID guidelines also for this. So all those things are going on. A long way to go, but with all of your efforts, definitely we can bring big change in the education system here. Last, I want to request you to visit our website, where you can see the Vidyanjali portal. All of you can adopt your own school or any school nearby. You can provide the requirements of those schools. You can be the resource person. You can be the, you can buy some benches. You can buy certain things and give them. No money is accepted in this portal, but voluntary services are accepted. And one more is national mission, mentor mission, where you can be mentor. Recently, very few people have registered there. Wherever possible, I think you, all of you are qualified people, and through NHRC, I request all the people in the country that you can contribute really judiciously, you can contribute valuably to people and help people to deal with the stress. Somebody famously told that why there should be stress management, why to carry stress to manage. I think this is what I can say. Don't keep the stress with you and not with our children's. There is bright future for India, and we all of us working for that. Thank you so much, NHRC, Honorable Chairman, and the for giving the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you very much. May I now request Dr. Rajesh Sagar, my co-chair, to please provide reflections and a way forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, NHRC, to invite. I think it was wonderful to listen to all the panelists. It is a great occasion. I think I am so thankful. Thankful for the reason that so much for last, I would say, few years, so much effort has been made by NHRC to look into mental health aspect, and which is so important, and very glad that I have been part of some of these activities. Now, first, I think what I will say, because I am on the other side of the table, where I did in and out, I deal with such children who has mental health issue. And I would like to say that why child mental health is important. I think I will start from there, because in any lecture always I try to emphasize on that why child mental health is important in our own country. One, I think we should know that we are dealing with more than 40% of the population of the country. Now, when I say this 40%, actually the resources are not in keeping with that. So I think even when we say psychiatrists who are looking at child mental health are very less, very less. So that's one thing that we need to know. Number two, I think, which again is very important, evidence-based, more than 50% of the problems in adult has the beginning before the age of 14 years. I will repeat that. More than 50% of the problem which are there in the adult actually have the beginning before the age of 14 years. What it means is, if at all we want to work in the prevention of mental health, that's the age group. That's the age group that we have to work with. Number 3, which again is very important, always I say, if a child has physical health problem, it will not leave a scar later in the life. But if child has a mental health issue during the early phase of life, it can leave a scar because it can have a serious impact, because we all know that the mental health problem is not only unique to a child, it affects the whole family. I think that's why we need to know, because the problem which occurs in a childhood phase, it's a developing phase, because a lot of skills are learned during that phase. You know that, like social skills, academic skills, and several skills are learned. So if any effect is there, it has a long lasting effect. So you can understand that how important that is to take care of these children. So it's very crucial phase of one's life, because it's a tenant, it's a framework for the subsequent life. So and also we know the magnitude we already heard. So again, that's the reason the society we already heard that again, that's a serious concern. So what it means is, what at least what I have been saying for many years is, we need to have public health approach, not that we have to wait for such children to come to us. We have to reach out to them. We have to, as a professional, we have to so that is why the schools and some organizations, NGOs can play a very, very important and major role. So public health approach means that we need to look at the promotion, we need to look at the prevention, we need to look at the determinants, and so on. So I think that is why, and also we need the uniqueness of the children they have the web of interaction. Adult have a problem, they can seek help, they can go on their own, but child are dependent on the parent, they depend on others to seek help. So just imagine that crucial phase of in that they are even seeking help, the access to care. So all this, what it means, and we know that for any nation to develop, I think they are the future of the country, and more so we need to take care of the mental health issues, which again, what is important is that if we take care early, and there is evidence, then they can be like a normal children, and they can have a like a normal adult, and so on. So that is why the early identification of any problem, early intervention becomes very, very important for any child. So I think that is very, very crucial. Now we come to the point of the sources of stress. We already heard about it, because since I am dealing with such children, one thing which has been missed out completely is a body image dissatisfaction. I think that is something which has come up recently, which was not the 30 years ago. Like any child, having a problem with face or anything on their own appearance can be very, very stressful. And I don't know, I just want to give one example, because I deal with some of the parents who have lost their young children, or say adolescent, through suicide. So what she told mother, emotionally, she told me that someone just commented on her on the Facebook, and there were so many, it was almost viral, became, and next day the girl committed suicide. So just imagine that how we need to be so sensitive in giving our comments to young people, and that we need to be very, very sure about it, that what we are saying, because that can really be touching, that can be really harming, that can be really detrimental also. So we need to know this part. And so the body image dissatisfaction, obviously. Also, another phase which is unique to these young people is they are in the transition phase, because the body development is changing. We all know hormonal changes. The family, they were within family, now they are going out, now friends, and so on. So that's the transition phase itself can lead to a lot of stress and issues. So I think that's another important point. The other thing is, nowadays a lot of talk is there about the internet excessive use. I don't use the word for young children addiction. I am using excessive use. Again, because it does not occur in the isolation. Because internet excessive use, it is because we have less number of playgrounds, the physical activity has gone down, we are not providing that alternative to these children. And so I think that also is important, because many of these children have either ADHD or emotional problems, or some of these issues are. So we have to see, but it is an important issue, and it is something which we need to be aware in the future also. So that's the other thing which I wanted to highlight, which has not been. Of course, there are other issues like family, like parental discord. So all these issues are important, and in that context, now a lot of we have heard about children going to school. Now also we need to understand there are children out of school also. I think young people out of school, we need to look at them, because many of the children dropouts are there. We know that. We have enough data for that after 10th class, especially girls. So we need to we need to have a policy for these children also who are out of school. I think that again is very, very important, that we need to know about this aspect. Now, of course, I know that time is short, so I will just tell you, I think, what the solutions are, what we need to do. And Professor Paul is here, so I think already we have been working, and some of the meetings have happened in the school health program, and where the mental health is very, very important component, and that's something which has been developed in the recent time, and I would say this is the positive change. Now, the change is that earlier the parent used to get a child to the clinic. Now children want that they need a help also. There are few children who have come to my clinic, young people, where the parents have not agreed, but the children have asked that I need to seek a help, and many times, and this is something, a unique change, I think, which we need to be aware, because of the social media and other places where the child wants a help, want to seek help. I think that's important, but at the same time, we need to see that how we can educate parents also. And always I see a child is a reflection of the family and the parent. Ultimately, we have to see that how we need to have educate the parents about the need for access and the providing that environment. So the solutions are, overall at the macro level, I think one is that to have the balance between the academic and the emotional well-being. I think that is very, very crucial. In fact, some time back there was a grade system. Now we have number system and all, a lot of interactions we have, and also emphasizing on the extracurricular activity. Because I will tell you, in my own clinic, when the parent come to me, they say that they have the list of 10 problems. They will list out all the 10 problems. Then after listening to them, I just ask them, okay, tell me there's something positive, strength in this child also. So I'm surprised at times that parents have to think about it, because they think that, doctor, I only have to tell the problems, not the good things about the child. So just imagine that how important it is, and I always ask a parent and let a child listen to it, and then I make a note of it, so that it's a reflection. So we all know, because a lot of behavioral psychologists are here, because any therapy will work when we work on the both side of it. You have to give the positive strokes also, positive, the praise to a child. So sometime it is my treatment, I say that, okay, in a day, how many times you have given praise to a child, given the positive feedback, which actually we have lost the touch. We have to see that how, and that's very, very sensitive, because sometimes because all the time we see that we always criticize or say something negative, but at the same time we have to ask ourselves how many times the positive things we have said to the child. So that's very, very important. So the important is the balance. The second, of course, is the policy development. Professor Paul is here. Things are being done, and I am aware, I have looked into the National Curriculum Framework document of school education, which is a wonderful document. We have looked into mental health aspect and nutrition, and it's a very detailed document. So that's and a lot of efforts have been made. And of course, Pariksha Pe Charcha, that's our Honorable Prime Minister. But also, let me tell you, NCPCR is also having every year this program. It is there in the website. In fact, I have been part of it for several years now. So I think that also a lot of discussions are there, lectures are there, just to ease out the children. And many of the print media also talks about it. So that's and there are others also. We just heard about Manu Darpan and some of these activities. I have been part of one of the WHO program for college students of UP government. So we have developed all the modules, and we will be training all the teachers of the college and so on. And so policy development again is very, very important. The third aspect is to create a positive and enabling environment. Now, an environment, when I say, it's a school as well as home, because we have to see that how we need to talk about mental health. Fortunately, we have a good policy now, national NEP, which is there, which has been sensitized about mental health issues. So I think which was a taboo earlier, like say 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Now we are talking about that. So that's a third point which I want to say. The fourth, again, which is very, very important, because of course we need to see that how we can use the technology to help these children. I think children are very sensitive of the technology. So some of the programs, some of the which are there, and even the PSA office also had developed the Manas app, and which are there where anyone can use it. So that also we need to see that how we can leverage the technology to early identification and also the management. Now, another thing which we have not discussed is a lot of these children, of course, other than school counselor, professionals, mental health professional, even hospital, they can seek help. But a lot of these nowadays, I don't know whether you know this, a lot of online counseling is also happening. A lot of children, young people are seeking help without the knowledge of parent also at times. So they are seeking that. I am a bit critical about it, because we need to see that also the credential of the professional, what we are doing. We heard somewhere in the south that there was some suicide also happened because of, but a lot of these online things are happening. We have written about it, that we need to have guidelines and so on. Helplines, of course we have, but online counseling and online therapies are also there, but we need to have some standards and guidelines for that. I think there are so many things. I will stop here and just to dwell on, because again I say the bottom line is it's a very, very important group of, the age group. I think we need to see that we are responsible to help them, and how we can do it for any nation to develop, society to develop. I think we need to take care of these children and young people so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. So a big applause to all our panelists, but here are my reflections, just 5 minutes. Firstly, I think it is evident that ensuring health of our future citizens is so very important. It is all about our demographic dividend above all, and of course our own optimum health care, and within that ensuring optimum mental health is of absolute importance, particularly when it is taking a shape that is serious and worsening. My second point is that you heard from our colleagues that one major site where children are there for a significant amount of time, they are surrounded by very well-meaning, very competent teachers, is the school. So school is the place where we can do a lot to address the problems of classroom-going children. And we heard good examples about how it has to be done. The team of administrators in the school and the teachers have a role to play. And so think about how to create positive mental health promoting schools is one big message that we heard. The third point that I wish to make is that looking at all the dimensions of mental health that you heard from our colleagues, I believe, based on very detailed consultation, the reading of the literature and so on, that this mental health problem should be seen as a continuum of health of these children. Because there are other issues that are connected with health. And if it is health, then please see this also in the context of health. For example, 10% of our children, according to a study in 17-18, are pre-diabetics. 10% children should be wearing specs and they don't, particularly in underserved schools. 50% children have dental caries. 40% girls in schools have anemia, and so on and so forth. I would urge that the issue should be seen, mental health should be seen as a part of the continuum of health and not in isolation when we start investing in this. Of course, this needs efforts, but then when you wish to address this, the paradigm, to my mind, should be the health of the older children and adults in the school. This is also the paradigm that the WHO recommend, and this is the way children in better off schools are looked after. Based on this, the NITI has been working on this for quite some time and has had a very detailed stakeholder consultation. Many of you who were consulted are here. We visualize 6 pillars of comprehensive school health, just to let you know that how they are also related to all the discussion that you had. One is the curriculum. Curriculum has messages which are taken seriously. Second is yoga, physical education, and wellness activities, which also puts positive impact on mental health. Then a health promoting ecosystem where health is seen as a mainstream activity on the background of school education. There are details which I am not going into it. Then indeed one full pillar on mental health promotion, counseling and support. And the 5th pillar is health checkups, screening and referral and treatment, which also has multiple dimensions, the asthma, the epilepsy, the anemia, and so on and so forth. And the 6th one is first aid and acute care. In mental health, based on the interaction and inputs of many experts, it is seen as 4 levels. Universal services and support, which is the most important, which is promoting positive mental health, enabling school, which has open door policy, relaxing school environment, access to teachers, leveraging resources such as Manodarpan, anti-bullying policies, anti-abuse policies, measures against substance abuse, positive Ayush practices, peer promotion of peer groups, friendships and so on, stigma elimination, promoting good sleep, managing social media, promoting community work and so on. So creating many of the points that you heard from our colleagues and more than what I said. The second level is, spotting a child who is really now needing more help, where the school teacher is the first responder and then help can come from a professional. Third level is when there is a significant problem, which means referral. And the 4th one is crisis management, if that happens in the school, which applies to health conditions, including mental health. My next point related to this is that I would urge that we should visualize mental health counselors are not as isolated counselors. My suggestion for kind consideration is consider school nurse and counselor, because health is a continuum, please. Next year's NHRC may be talking about other aspects of health, so it's not in isolation. Today we are all on mental health. Please see this as a continuum of health. That's where it belongs. The professionals are common, and many of the moorings are common, as you heard from the first 3 or 4 pillars that I talked about. I would therefore plead that let's think about having school nurse counselors. Plenty of nurses are available. This issue about curriculum can also be sorted out, and counseling skills can be imparted very systematically and very efficiently with the resources available. That's my submission. And my next point is, second last point, coaching centers. They should really, we should find a way how to address this problem. Not only have they have several issues related to the things that we heard today, but my biggest challenge is that when the children go there, in the time that's allocated for, say, medical education, when would they learn the skill that we want them to see? Dr. Gangadhar is here, and probably it's the topic for next session. This is a distortion. Why are we not good enough to make sure that the children learn with us informally? I would urge that please think about it, and there are options that have been discussed here. And my last point, of course, is to say that there's so much more outside all this we have talked about for ensuring mental health well-being of our children in school, children in classrooms, because then it's about family, it's about friends, it's about peers, it's about societal system, it's about social media. Obviously, that is a much bigger discussion, but I want to flag that even if we do everything else, those imperatives are so very important, and we should continue to talk about them. But if you have suggestions about mental health of school children, and we would like to replicate this whole notion of developing this such a plan or a strategy, which is now with the Ministry of Education and Health together, and Ayush, we would be happy to be working on higher education, promoting health and mental health, shall we say, in higher education. The ideas are welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you and continue to work post this workshop on this very, very important idea and very, very important issue. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you to our chair, co-chair, and the esteemed panelists for sharing such valuable insights. I request Shri Jagender Singh, Registrar Law, NHRC, to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to our chair, co-chair, and the esteemed panelists. To our chair, Dr. V.K. Paul. Please give a huge round of applause to our chair, Dr. V.K. Paul. Our co-chair for the session, Dr. Rajesh Sagar. Our panelists, Shri Rahul Singh. Dr. Nand Kumar. Shri Subodh Kumar Singh. Shri Anand Rao Patil. Dr. Geeta Malhotra. Dr. Charu Sharma. Ms. Vijaya Lakshmi Arora. I thank you all for such an enlightening session. We now break for lunch. Please join us back at 3:15 p.m. sharp for the next session on mental health challenges concerning youth in institutions of higher learning. mental health challenges concerning youth in institutions of higher learning. The transition from school to higher education represents a pivotal stage in a young person's life, marked by new opportunities and the pursuit of academic and personal growth. While this phase is crucial for shaping future careers and aspirations, it is imperative that mental health does not become a causality in the process. Ensuring that students receive the necessary support to balance these demands is essential to foster their overall well-being and enabling them to achieve their full potential. Please join me with a round of applause as I welcome our chair for the session, Mrs. Preeti Sudan, Chairman, UPSC. I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists and request them to take their seats on the dais. Dr. B. N. Gangadhar, Chairperson, National Medical Commission. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. M.C. Mishra, Emeritus Professor and former Director, AIIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Randeep Guleria, Chairman, Internal Medicine, Medanta, Gurugram. And Dr. Meet Ghonia, National Secretary, Federation of Resident Doctors Association. Please welcome all the chairs and the panelists with a huge round of applause. I welcome you all. I would like to mention that each speaker is given 8 minutes for their presentation. I humbly request the speakers to kindly stick to the time, ensuring a smooth flow. I may also request the chair to remind the speakers after 6 minutes to conclude their presentations. Thank you for your cooperation. And now it's my pleasure to hand the stage over to the chair of the session. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. So good afternoon to all of you and to the esteemed panelists who are with me. I am much in awe of them. And more so, as I was telling Dr. Guleria, hum purane papi ikatthe mil gaye hain. So we have worked very closely during the COVID times, and I'm grateful for, and also, I mean, I'm grateful to all doctors, but especially the doctors who are with me here. So without much ado, I think we should start the session because we are already late. I just want to ask the Secretary, Dr. Bharat Lal, that do you want us to take the entire allotted time, Bharat, or do you want us to take less time than allotted? Bharat, you want us to take the entire time allotted, ya hum aur bhi usko kam kare? Because depending, you have another session there. Okay, कम कर देंगे, तो हम कम कर देंगे. So, yeah, we get it. ये क्या बोला?
I have to leave a little early.
You have to leave early. So I will request Dr. Guleria to, start after I sort of speak. I have mentally, and also I think I should, since I said I am in awe of the doctors who are around me, I will talk less. But I just want to say that our session is about mental health challenges in institutions of higher education. I want to begin with a personal example. It was in 1994, I am 1983 batch, 10 years after I had already served in various districts, that I went to London School of Economics for a MSc under a Colombo plan. And believe me, I was 34, okay, I'm 1960 born, but I was really full of anxiety. You know why? Because it was a new place. I was leaving my comfort zone. I was also leaving my 8-year-old child with my mother, right? And to start studies all over again was quite a challenge. So therefore, I mean, this is just to take a cue from that when young children go to, for higher studies, the issues are just what I also faced. They are emotional, they are psychological, and there are also social dimensions because we just don't know the environment we could also have financial issues, as you said in your background note. And believe me, though we did get some maintenance, but one wondered whether in 1,000 pounds we could sort of make two ends meet in London and also hire an apartment. So therefore, I'm just trying to emphasize the point that as an adult, as a civil servant, I face those issues. And I'm sure the children face a lot more issues. I've seen it with my children, with my nephews, with my nieces. So the pressure to fit in, of course, ragging is now officially banned. But you see, there is a lot of unsaid, pressures to fit in. And I must also say that, and this is with lot of pain, that there is increase in drug abuse also in institutions of higher studies, right? So you have these Zomato fellows also, and these, delivery boys also delivering drugs. So this is again an issue which we need to address because it affects our mental health. And what worked for me, let me tell you, when we went to LSE, they assigned us a tutor, and the tutor took us under her wing. She invited us home, she made us cook with her, and she made us comfortable in the setting of LSE. So I would also urge that all higher institutions of higher education should have a tutor, or whatever you may call, a teacher who can guide the person, who can guide the young student, who can mentor them, who can be a confidant. Of course, you know that UGC has now mandated that all universities should have student counseling cells, and we have seen that assigning a buddy also works. So basically it is making the child or making the young adult be able to communicate. And here, of course, I'm sure in the first session, they must have already said that how mainstreaming emotional learning in schools is very important. It's important in higher educational institutions also. This is from my side. Now I hand over the mic to the august panelists, and I request Dr. Guleria, who has to leave for urgent work, to please enlighten us with his views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And at the onset, let me really thank the National Human Rights Commission for organizing this today's meeting and highlighting the challenges that one has as far as mental health issues in educational institutes are concerned. They're more important when we start talking of institutes of higher education, because in these institutes, the pressure that students face are much more. And even if you look at the data, it suggests that almost 50% or 60% of students who are in higher education institutes do face mental health challenges to some extent. So the burden of disease in higher education institutes is significant, and I think it is actually increasing. And this was actually highlighted much more during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we saw a huge surge in mental health issues, especially among students going to schools, colleges, and that really made a lot of people aware that this was something that we had not really thought of or considered aggressively in the past. And that's why I think today's meeting is very, very important, because there has to be a sort of a timeline and a plan of action when we talk of institutes of higher education. How do we address this challenging situation, because we're talking of the next generation, and how can we get good quality citizens? If you look at what happens, it's basically the top three things that students complain of are usually depression, anxiety, a feeling that they may not be able to achieve what they've set out to in higher education institutes. And all of this is combined with the fact that seeking help is associated with some sort of a stigma. So very often students are reluctant to reach out and seek help, which really is something we need to address and see how can we develop a support system. Also, as ma'am just mentioned, when students come into a new environment, and one sees that in institutes like the All Institute of Medical Sciences and various other institutes where we have students coming from all over the country, they experience loneliness, they have issues of language barrier at times, they have issues of trying to really adjust to let's say the food that is being offered in the mess, and all of this also adds on to the mental stress. Along with that, there is a lot of social isolation, and that also is something that we need to address. We had a little bit of discussion about this in the previous session also, that how one should develop strategies of interaction between students. But if you look at how things work, especially when you look at the medical profession, where if you have students and residents coming in to do either the undergraduation or post-graduation, it's the work stress is so much in terms of trying to finish the course, the time that is allotted for social activities becomes less and less. And the social activities that they are involved in is actually more in isolation rather than as a group. And this also actually sort of drives the whole issue of mental health. Also, another issue which comes up, and this is happening in all institutes, and this is also touched upon by ma'am, is the whole issue of substance abuse. And here what one finds, and this is in many places, if you really inquire deep down, not only Zomato, you come to know that even the person running the mess is actually supplying drugs to the students, and it is something which becomes a habit. And that is something that one needs to address, because these are issues which sometimes colleges, universities are not willing to address that much because of the pressures that they have, which are related to the, let's say, the impression of that institute. So I think the work pressure, academic pressure, the social environment, all actually need to be addressed if you're trying to look at mental health issues in institutes of higher education. What can be done? And I think there is a need, urgent need actually, to develop intervention strategies before students actually enter the university. What can we do in terms of trying to put them at ease before they enter the university in developing a program so that they are actually more comfortable and we can address the issues. It's important to create an environment and try and reach out to students. I'll again try and give this, so if you had your, let's say, your social workers or counselors, let's say, sitting in the academic block, it will be very difficult for students to really reach out to them. So what one does is you have your counselors actually sitting in the hostel. They have to be present where students are rather than waiting for students to come to them. So it's very important that you actually reach out to students. And sometimes, and this is again from what we've seen at the institute, that you have the friends of these students actually tell you that, or tell the counselor that this friend of mine is actually looking depressed, he's not going regularly to classes. So you have to develop a strategy where you can seek out people who are having that depression or not feeling a sort of strain or have mental health issues, so that you can reach out to them rather than waiting for them to reach out to you. So we need to develop a strategy where one addresses this issue, and therefore it is important to improve mental health literacy. There is also the issue of trying to see how we can look at students' voice, and that's why we have a students representative here, because it's very important to understand their perspective when we start looking at mental health issues. How do they perceive the environment? Administrators sometimes feel the environment is very conducive to students, but it may be different from the student's perspective point of view. And therefore, there has to be some sort of a communication plan. That is also very important. How do you communicate with students at their level to understand their issues? And when we talk of a communication plan, it's important to understand that students are a very diverse group. One size does not fit all. So you will have to look at a communication plan which is looking at the different diversity of students that come to any university or any institute of higher education. And I think there is a need, as was also mentioned, and that is something that has been done for decades at the institute, is that you develop a mentorship program. Some of the faculty adopt students and they become their mentors in terms of taking them home, talking with them and trying to address the issues that they have, especially students who are from out of station. And of course developing a buddy system which also helps students to some extent. There is also a need to really look at how technology can be used, and I think this was also discussed to some extent in the previous session, that how can we develop a mechanism where students can approach the counselor through teleconsultation and look at telehealth, because that should also be something very useful. So I think I'm almost close to my time, so I'll just try and say that I feel that this is a very important issue that we need to address, both And since I come from a medical background, I feel this issue is even much more in a health sector background than it is in other institutes, because the stress that the residents face because of their long working hours actually adds on to the mental health issue. And we see a lot of students causing self-harm because of not being able to reach out to appropriate sources. And therefore, we need to develop good strategies, and I think this is one step forward in that same direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guleria. He was, as you know, former director of AIMS during COVID times, and now he is chairman internal medicine Medanta. Thanks for sharing your insightful remarks, Dr. Saab. You are right, counselors in hostels and, as you said, mentors and tutors is the way out. But this social isolation is something which is really a difficult thing to address. So now I would request Dr. B.N. Gangadharan, Chairperson, National Medical Commission. He's also been a practitioner. He was the director of NIMHANS and has done wonderful work. I request you to please give your valuable inputs.
Thank you, Madam Priti Sudanji. Must congratulate the National Human Rights Commission for taking up this agenda of mental well-being in the students and other stakeholders in the higher education institutions. I have been lucky to be associated passively or actively with the National Human Rights Commission. By virtue of being a psychiatrist, their role in pursuing or following up mental health concerns of the society is something that is highly commendable, and we have seen their initiative on the status of mental hospitals have made a very remarkable change in all the mental hospitals. Their emphasis on the rights with respect to mental health concerns of the prisoners is another very important contribution which I can place on record. Then the hospitals where people who have recovered from mental illness for some reason or other will not get or are not discharged or are not integrated with the community, and this is another area where the NHRC has placed emphasis. Together, it's very appropriate that the issue of mental well-being in the students of higher education is also focused and is also stressed upon, and an action plan to be drawn. It's very appropriate, and I must congratulate the National Human Rights Commission for initiating this agenda. I am particularly appreciative of the term mental well-being, which is not merely a static health, but it is an active process of feeling well and retaining that wellness. Whether typically described in the Ayurveda description of health as prasanna atmendriya manaha. Prasanna is that well-being of both Atma and the Mana. In that context, emphasis has to be paid to this well-being in higher education institutions. Higher education institutions were one of the facet which I have been associated with as part of the National Medical Commission. We have, of course, close to 1,000 institutions, undergraduate and postgraduate alone. Put together, little more than 1,000 institutions are accommodating close to about 12 lakh undergraduate students at various levels of education at any given point of time. About 6 lakhs of undergraduate students at any given point of time, and close to about 3 to 3.5 lakhs of postgraduate trainees at different years of education, and close to about 3 lakhs of faculty who are teaching these people. So together, the medical education itself has a population which is very relevant to us, close to about 1.5 million who are highly educated, who are into pursuing a very, very skillful professional education, and it is their well-being which can be of serious interest in terms of transferring that to the services that they offer to other patients. So in this context, NMC, National Medical Commission, has been preoccupied with this issue. There are a few things that have already been put as regulations and have been put forward. One simple example is the anti-ragging regulations and some SOPs to all the colleges. A very simple thing, the mentor-mentee program, which says that each of the teachers have to follow up a batch of students all through their 5 years of attachment to the undergraduate education, so that their support, emotional as well as academic support, is given throughout their course, and make sure that the ragging processes also become mitigated. Thanks to our predecessors in the MCI and then of course subsequently in the National Medical Commission as well, some of the skills which somehow are not formally focused upon, the attitude the individual has to develop, the ethical conduct that he has to build during the course of education and practice of medicine, and then the communication skills, which are very important to the students in terms of communicating to their patients who are seriously ill, who the family members who are having a seriously ill or perhaps terminally ill individual in the hospital, the way we communicate to them. Many of these things also mitigate a lot of friction between patient and the conflicts between patients and the doctors to be or doctors who are together. The mental well-being of the environment is going to get better. So these things have already been initiated, and we are seized of the fact that this well-being has to be preserved, promoted, and actually has to be facilitated. In this context, I must also place on record a very, very important exercise that the National Medical Commission that took it up in the last 1 year. In the light of some of the suicide that are happening in medical colleges, undergraduates and postgraduates, what are we to be doing with these things, and how do we reduce the stress, and how do we promote mental well-being, and of course as a result mitigate the suicide risks. Earlier also the concern about use of drugs in the campuses also has come up, which Dr. Guleria did allude to. So together we have a population of close to 1.5 million where these concerns related to mental well-being have to be looked into. And in the background of a series of episodes of suicide that happened, a committee was formed by the National Medical Commission, and which was chaired by one of the professors of the National Mental Health and Neurosciences, a psychiatrist, and almost about 14 to 15 different experts, different professionals from different background, and the undergraduate teaching, postgraduate teaching, and different cadres of students also participated in the processes, and a report was made. This included, in addition to conducting a survey on close to about 30,000, 35,000 people, most of them are undergraduate students, about 6,000 to 7,000 of them were postgraduate students, and an equal number were faculty, particularly junior faculty, who were associated with this training, and they were also perhaps pursuing some training in forms of PhD, or they were doing some research activities and so on and so forth. So in these groups, what was the stress related issues? A survey was done. Again, just to bring it to your attention, the stress levels were enormous, and some of the indices of mental health or mental well-being or mental illness or mental restlessness were almost double that of what we would see in general population. For example, suicidal thoughts were more prevalent, twice as much in these students vis-a-vis general population. And I can go on. Statistics are not important, but what is important to state is close to half of them have had one or other mental health concerns. I wouldn't want to call it as labeled mental health diseases, but there are stress-related phenomena, mental health concerns were there. Apart from that, the expert group went into talking to all the stakeholders, visited some of the medical colleges, spoke to the students and the teachers there itself, and then put together a series of observations with respect to mental well-being, drug use, and then the determinants of these things with respect to how much of the physical facilities that were available in their hostels, in the workplaces, their career progress in terms of promotion with respect to teachers, the academic burden that they had, some of the fees related issues, some of the stipend related issues. Most of it we would have heard here and there in the corridors of medical colleges or in the corridors of other educational institutions. In fact, most of it was vindicated, most of it was confirmed by way of this survey which these people did, and they came up with some of the solutions, some of the potential alternatives where colleges and other educational departments can apply their mind to ensure that these things are taken care of. As many as 50 recommendations were put forward. Some of them would, most of them would be universal, applicable to all students to ensure that their well-being is promoted and is fostered. And then there is a group of people who are at risk. They come from different backgrounds. For example, they are the ones who are not studying in their own institutions, in their own states. They have come to another state. In fact, about 20% to 25% of the student population in any given college comprises of those who come from different states. So this person feels perhaps lonely, and they come from places where the language is going to be another barrier, both of course from the languages of their state to the state where they have to interact with other patients, and also those who have been educated in the regional language and having to now start using English, because medical education today as a rule is in English. And so that being the case, have to change from a regional language training all these years to English language, which has to happen. This is another source of stress. And also the frequency of examinations, the curriculum, the way in which the curriculum is to be unfolded. It is not that an exam is passed and this curriculum, this subject is over. This subject could appear as in another form in any other year subsequently. A question in biochemistry, which was there as a part of the first year examination, could appear in another format later on when this person is taking up the examination in the final year. So no subject can be set away as exam is over and syllabus is over, now I am moving to a new curriculum. So this is some challenge which I am sure many other higher education institutions also have it, and particularly so in medical education, and they have to retain a lot of things, study a good number of things, and a competition which is a fairly not predictable, and questions and the challenges that can come up year after year are different. So these concerns also the students have. When they fail and they have to continue a semester, etc., they have to pay additional fees. And added to all these things, some of the states say that you have to give a bond if you have to complete your course. After the completion of the course, serve 2 years, 3 years, etc. And for some reason, the student halfway through or first year, second year finds that I cannot continue and I want to leave. He has to pay a huge penalty to leave, whether undergraduate or postgraduate education. All put together, stress levels in medical education have been high. Undergraduate entering, there's a huge stress, having to pass an examination, competitive examination. Postgraduate, another stress, and then getting into a faculty position is even more stressful. Faculty people also have expressed several concerns because about half the faculty who serve in medical education are not employed in government institutions, and so their career guarantee and other benefit that they get when they retire, etc., are different from those who work in government setup. And so this is another area where they feel that they are not very well taken care of. put together in higher education institutions, in medicine in particular, where I can comment about, is that the stress levels are very high, and the facts and figures speak that these people have a substantial amount of stress and mental health burden. And recommendations have been put forward, again, to remind all of us that most colleges have been following many of these recommendations even before the recommendations came. For example, a foundation course has to be given. Yes, of course, it is happening, and the fees have to be uniform. The teachers have to spend a little more time with these students, and mentor-mentee program was happening in so many colleges even without we asking for it, NMC asking for it to be done in all the colleges. Like that, several issues have been happening. Soft skills ATCOM module, although NMC provided, many medical colleges were having a variant of this and teaching them. So it is happening in a way, structured or unstructured, that perhaps has actually reduced the amount of burden that would have otherwise blown up. But the fact remains, we have to be consciously aware of all the requirements, all the needs, whether it is a hostel, whether it is a teaching, whether it is a curriculum, examination, competitiveness, exposure to various the development that are happening, and also exploiting the technology and helping the student to use the technology most skillfully to exploit everything in it for his her medical education. And of course, career progress and facilitation of research and other new agenda which will crop up in postgraduate education, and a continuous performance improvement that can happen in teachers over the course of time. So many of these steps have to be carefully listed out, followed up, to make sure that continuously we bring pressure on all these recommendations to be enforced, put forward. Otherwise, we will end up in some situations which has now, of course, recently you have seen the entire disturbance that happened in the last 6 to 8 months, which led to the Honorable Supreme Court asking a national task force to come up with some recommendations again to be followed up for the safety and well-being of all the younger doctors and medical students working in various higher education institutions. All these things have been put in place. Time will tell us how much of the result that we will reap. Unless continuously woken up, we somehow go slow on these processes. And this is important that organizations like NHRC have to keep reminding the other stakeholders to be aware of this and ensure that these are followed up very rigorously. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for reminding us the significant work that NHRC has done, not only in prisons, I would say also in mental asylums. I remember that, you know, even it's very sad to say, but it's true that sometimes when, you know, women, prisoners, and even women in mental asylums, they get better or their term is finished, there is nobody to take them back home. I mean, this is also a societal problem. This is the social dimension which we all have to address. It's us who also have to change our mindset. And thank you for also pointing out that we are not talking only about mental health, we are talking about mental well-being, which is a lifelong actually process that, you know, begins from school, from birth, I would say, to school, to higher education institutions, and then to workplace. And I congratulate NHRC that on the Human Rights Day, they have taken up this topic for panel discussion. And the SOPs and the mentor-mentee framework that NMC has framed under you, Dr. Saab, I'm sure will make a difference. I now request Dr. MC Mishra, the legendary former director of AIIMS and of course Emeritus Professor, to kindly share his views on the subject.
Thank you, Preeti ji. My co-panelist, Professor B.N. Gangadhar, Professor Andip Guleria, who had to leave because he has appointments, from 4 o'clock, so you could have said that he was under stress while he was addressing us. And Meet, you are Meet. I have a little different perspective, and I hope all of you understand Hindi also. Those who are sitting here, if somebody is not able to follow Hindi, please let me know. I'll translate it into English. If I say certain things in bilingual. My take on stress is that it is being overplayed in every aspect of life. Now, if Dr. Gangadhar says an undergraduate is stressed from the day he is admitted in a medical school, he is stressed by examination, he is stressed by becoming intern, house surgeon, postgraduate, faculty. Why did he join in the first place? There was no need for him to join medicine if he thought that it is so stressful. And this is something I disagree with a lot of people when they play about stress in every walk of life. I think if you are enjoying something, what you are doing, where is the scope for stress? Yes, some small stress is essential for all of us to perform, to excel in life. That is not a stress which will be harmful. So stress actually has been taken in a very negative connotation, as Dr. Anand Kumar was saying. And I agree with him that we have taken this too far, that everything in life, having food also is stressful, not having food is stressful, cooking food is stressful, not cooking food is stressful. It is ridiculous actually that we place so much of stress. I will tell you, I was admitted in medical school in 1970 at the age of 18. And I would cry in my room privately. Recently, a girl, daughter of close friend of us, has gone to Chennai, IIT Chennai, for studies. So she had just returned after maybe 6 weeks or so. And I asked her, are you facing any problem there? Because it's a Tamil. She is Hindi speaking. And also she is as young as I was in 1970. So I asked her pointedly, do you cry in the room? क्या आपको अपनी मम्मी की याद आती है? मैंने कहा मुझे तो आती थी, मैं घर का खाना भी मिस करता था. So she said yes, in the beginning it was, but now she is so happy. मैंने कहा दिल्ली आना चाहते हो वापस? कहने लगा नहीं. So this is what basically we have to give some time for children to adjust, and children adjust very, very quickly. Whether they are very young or they are adolescents, only problem comes with the adults. That what they have learned, they don't want to unlearn and then relearn. I think that is where the challenge lies for all of us. Similarly, the problem with medical profession, Dr. Gangadhar, is not that he is a PG. He is a PG in a specialty where he didn't want to join. That is the problem today for India. Otherwise, if I have joined surgery, if I am going to become a surgeon, I have chosen it. Why should I be stressed on that? But today what happens, the first choice only 10 boys and girls are getting. Rest of them are getting either second choice, third choice, fourth choice, or no choice. So that is where stress begins. They don't enjoy what they are doing. So if you enjoy what you are doing, I see no room for any stress. And some stress of exam happens to everyone. Even today it will happen to me if I go for that. But that is normal, physiological. That will happen. But that is not going to harm me. We talk of stress. If you are so much stressful in doing what you are doing, then go and do even agriculture. But if you see, if you hear so many suicides amongst farmers also, what stress they are undergoing. So financial, economic aspect is also has to be taken into account when we come with. The CEO of Starbucks commits suicide. What is this stress? So this is something which we have invited trouble for ourselves, and then we blame the stress on it. See, what I see, we have 3 domains of learning. There is cognitive domain, which all of us acquire knowledge by reading books or on internet. And then we become knowledgeable or we get a lot of information, which children today, they are not dependent on our classes. They get it from somewhere. Even if they don't attend the classes, they perform well in the examination. I have seen that at AIMS. We keep complaining that these children don't come to the classes. But when you ask a question in the exam, they answer very well. Wherever they have learned from, it's okay for me. Why should I be cribbing on that he should attend my class if he is not enjoying that? Then the other domain is the psychomotor domain, where we need to teach a skill or we need to learn a skill ourselves. And that is where the main focus of medical education should be, and it is now. But still, I would say a lot of skill-based courses are not yet become mandatory in our medical colleges. So our children are not well equipped to handle with crisis situations. And that is where we need to, like, we always give example of Western countries, but we don't want to take what good they have done to their education or their adult education or children education. So that is where we have to see where we should factor in. And if you see, if we were told, I was told, which I was not, that Bhagavad Gita is a manual for every one of us, from childhood to elderly, when we are dying. So it's a manual for everyone. You get answer to any question, any problem you have, it is there in the Bhagavad Gita. 5,000 years ago, Krishna said, what anger can do harm to you. You can just go, the chapter 2, Shlok 67. Can you describe it in a better form? What anger can do? Even by very learned psychologist or psychiatrist, that definition says everything what anger can do. Similarly, many other verses to tell you many things. So that is where I agree with Dr. Gangadhar that communication skills, which is the third domain, that is the effective domain of learning. And that is most important in medical profession. And that is least understood, least visible, and least taught or we learn. And that I would ask Meet if he has something to say about this effective domain, because that is where communication skills come in. That how do we communicate with our colleagues, with our seniors, with our patients, with the relatives of the patient who are anxious. When some emergent situation comes up, they are anxious. They think that the patient may die. How do we counsel them? How do we talk to them? So all these things have to be learned. And I'm glad that now the NMC has made it mandatory to teach on communication skills also. But again, it is not as much as it should be there. If you look at the Western system of medicine, UK for example, the children have to pass in communication skills also. But we are not assessing them, as of now we are not assessing them on communication skills. That how do we talk to a mother of a 2-month-old child who presents with a strangulated hernia? And these are the things, how do we handle a situation when patient is acutely sick, acutely injured? So they don't know. And I always maintain our young residents are full of energy. They want to work. You can ask them to work as much as you can and they will work. The only thing, they are limited with experience, so they cannot make decisions. For that they need guidance. And that is where, with guidance, with supervision, the outcomes improve. See, what is happening in emergency care, if you look at, the junior most person of the team is looking after most sick patients. Then the stress is, you can imagine the stress, that he can't understand, this is the acute abdomen, what is the cause, he cannot think of. So that is where the role of senior persons, guidance, mentoring, taking them through the patient's differential diagnosis, all this comes in. And that is what I tried to do at AIMS also. I made it mandatory that emergency departments must be supervised by faculty round the clock, which was not happening. And I don't know whether it's still happening, because most emergency departments in private sector, in government public sector, faculty will not be there, even today. And that is what brings a lot of stress amongst these people. Now he can work, the young resident can work, but he can't find a bed in the hospital to admit a patient in public hospital when there are limited beds. So that is where the role of administration comes in, support comes in, and supply and demand puts a lot of stress. That we have more demand, we have less supply. I think that is also responsible for a lot of stress amongst young doctors, and that's what leads to some violence. When we had the workshop on violence by NHRC, so I must congratulate them that they are taking these issues, whether it was violence against medical profession. And I must tell you, Bharatlalji, that even violence is directly proportional to their knowledge, skill and attitude. These three things, if we can improve, lot of things can become better. Of course, limited working hours, like UK implemented that. US is still, they work for 80 hours, 84 hours, something like that. So everything has a positive side and a negative side. If you limit these hours, particularly in surgical disciplines, then the trainee is missing out on many other aspects. See, if he was on duty last night, today it's the operation theater, and if the resident wants, if he was fully working throughout the night, we ourselves say, you go and take rest. But if he was not so much working in the previous night, he would like to come to the operation theater and learn, because that is the place where he is going to learn most, a surgical resident. Similarly, in other specialties also. So I think what I would say, that let's not blame stress for everything. Let's see how we can reduce that, find the mechanisms to reduce that, and it is possible to do that. And if I say I am stressed by every action of mine, then I have no business to remain in that profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for pointing out that stress occurs when you don't enjoy what you do. So therefore, enjoy what you do. And I would like to add that if we count our blessings, practice gratitude, it really, really helps. Of course, communication skills is effective domain. I now invite our young Dr. Meet Gonia to enlighten us with the practical part of what we've been talking about. Dr. Meet.
So, good evening, respected dignitaries on the dais, Preeti ma'am, and all the respected dignitaries. I am the youngest one here. First of all, I am very thankful to NHRC to invite us to represent the medical students and the resident doctors of the country. So my topic is mental health challenges among the resident doctors and the medical students in the medical colleges of the India. So as per our survey, common mental health challenges in the students and the resident doctor. First one is the depression because of the high expectation from the family, society, feelings of the hopelessness, sadness and the loss of the interest. Depression is the first one. Because of constant fear of the failure in the exam, because of the exam pressure, responsibility of the patient care with the exam, because of this, students may develop restlessness and difficulty in concentration. Because of the long working hours, demanding workload, lack of the work-life balance, which will contribute to the burnout, impacting the academic performance and the overall well-being. So factors which are contributing to the mental health of the students and the resident doctors. First one is the heavy workload. Because of the overwhelming workload, we have long duty hours like 36 hours to 42 hours continuously, intense curriculum demanding assignments, and the constant pressure to perform. This will lead to stress. Because of the lack of the work-life balance, students struggle to find the time for their personal activities, hobbies, their family relationships, which will lead to the isolation. Financial strain, also medical education in overall world, not in India, is financial strain for all the students. It will cost around tuition fees, books, and the other expense, which will create the financial stress not only on the students but also on the family. So, plight of the medical professionals, medical students, and the resident doctors. First one is the rising violence. Violence against the resident doctors, intern doctors, and the medical students is a serious issue, not only in the government setup but also in the private setup, which will compromising the safety and well-being of these essential medical professionals. Overwhelming workload, long working hours, inadequate resources contribute to the burnout and the mental health issues among the medical professionals. Inadequate support, because there is no such guidelines for the maternity leave for our female colleagues. We have around 6 to 8 weeks of maternity leave benefits for them. As per the labor law, like we would suggest that maternity leave benefit will be as per the labor law. The existing support system in the Indian Medical College, gaps and the limitation. We have counseling service in all the medical college, but often limited in the scope and the availability. We also have the peer support programs where senior students can mentor and provide the guidance to the junior students and the resident doctors, and which will be valuable in addressing the mental health challenges. We also have the stress management workshop in the medical colleges of the India. So what is the solution? First is the awareness campaign, not among only in the students and the resident doctors, but also in the society. We have to strengthen our support system for them. We have to reform our policy for them, and community involvement is of course required. So role of the education. We have to include mental health in our curriculum. We have to teach our teachers also to how to identify the challenges in the students and providing them necessary guidance. And we have to create a positive learning environment among the students. So power of advocacy, student activism. Student and the associations lead initiative can raise the awareness programs, challenges stigma, and demand the educational change to address the mental health issues. We have to engage the community at large, including parents, community leaders, mental health professionals, which will foster a collective approach to address the student mental health issues. We have also to raise the awareness through our media campaigns, which will educate the public about the mental health issues. Holistic approach is also required by doing meditation, physical activity, yoga, sports, dance, which will improve the physical and the mental health of the doctors. And the social connection is also required. So role of the medical college administration and the healthcare system. Administration, so medical college administration will play a crucial role in creating a supportive environment for their medical students and the resident doctors. This will include promoting the mental health awareness programs, providing adequate funding for counseling service, and fostering a culture of open communication among all the students. The Indian healthcare system already made many changes, but yes, must prioritize the mental health service for all the medical professionals. This will include providing affordable, accessible mental health care, raising awareness regarding the mental health issues, and promoting the mental health literacy within the medical community itself. So I will now talk about the National Task Force report. Gangadhar sir chaired and the NMC this approved the National Task Force to assess the mental health and the well-being of the medical students. Our association, FORDA, is also joined as a stakeholder. So task force worked by literature review, stakeholder engagement, and the online survey from the medical students and the resident doctors of the India. So what are the recommendations? First one is the orientation program. When undergraduate students are joining the UG colleges, there must be an orientation program not only for the students, for also for their family also, for the future consequences. Engaging the family members in the induction process can help them to understand the pressure faced by the students, which will provide the support system to them. And the anti-ragging measures are also included. So counseling service, all the medical colleges of the India, counseling services is available. Regarding duty hours regulation, NMC task force recommended that reasonable limit on the duty hours for the resident, incorporating 74 hours duty per week and the 1 day off. This will prioritize the rest and to prevent the burnout. So we have to support them by comfortable rest areas, nutritional meals, hydration facilities during the duty hours, which will contribute to the positive and the safe environment for the doctors and the medical students. Resident doctors who have family, on-site childcare facilities, family accommodation, daycare service can ease the burden of the resident doctors and provide a supportive environment also for their families. Institutions should implement a fair and unbiased evaluation system incorporating a mix of grading methods to reduce the stress and promote a collaborating learning environment. And the clear grievance readdressal system should be there in all the medical colleges. So in all the medical students and the resident doctors, around 30 to 40% of the students and the resident doctors experiencing the mental health problems, including depression, anxiety, burnout during their residency and the UG and the PG. And at least 2 counselors should be available for every 500 students in the medical college, providing adequate support and the guidance to them. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Meet, for not only highlighting the reasons for stress, but also for offering solutions. And we really appreciate your emphasis on creating awareness and stakeholder engagement. I thank all the eminent panelists who are here with me. And if I were to sum up our recommendations, I would just say that we all feel here on this table that, there is a need for open communication with peers, parents, teachers, to watch over substance abuse, to introduce buddy program, mentor-mentee, stakeholder engagement, guidelines be implemented. Then also mainstreaming emotional learning in higher educational institutions. Dr. Guleria spoke about, using technology. Now we have Telemanas, free helpline, which offers anonymous help. I think that should be also widely made popular. And I would also like to thank Dr. Meet for pointing out how gender-sensitive interventions are also important. He spoke about the dilemma of young lady doctors. I think that's very important also. So I think our time is already up, and I would like to thank on behalf of all of us here again NHRC for the opportunity to provide us a platform to get together and speak about this important issue, especially on this important day of Human Rights Day. Thank you very much.
Can I say,
of course,
Bharat Lalji, I shared my presentation. Because of the time, I didn't use that. So that can be shared with everyone, how to better your life. You can make your life better. This is for all of you sitting here and all the students like me. It says how should you conduct in your lives. I think that is where we are having a lot of deficiency. So that presentation can be shared with everyone.
Please share with us too. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our chair and the panelists for this insightful session. May I now request Sri Devendra Kumar Nim, Joint Secretary NHRC, to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to our chair and the panelists. To our chair, Mrs. Preeti Sudan. Our panelists, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, Dr. M.C. Mishra. Please give a huge round of applause. And Dr. Meet Ghonia. Thank you, Chair, and all the panelists for such an informative and insightful session. We would now proceed to our final session of the day, stress and burnout at workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to our final session of the day, stress and burnout at workplaces. In today's fast-paced and highly competitive professional landscape, stress and burnout have become a pervasive challenge, silently affecting employees across all levels and industries. The constant pressure to meet deadlines and balance responsibilities can leave individuals feel exhausted, disengaged, and also emotionally depleted. This raises an important question. Can we truly define success if it comes at the expense of our mental health? To begin the panel discussion, please welcome on the dais the chair of the session, Shri Rajiv Kumar, former Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog. Our co-chair for the session, Shri Deepak Bagla, former CEO and MD, Invest India. Please give a huge round of applause. I also welcome on the dais our esteemed panelists for the session, Shri Manoj Yadav, DG Railway Protection Force and former DG NHRC. Dr. R.K. Dhamija, Director, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, Delhi. Shri D.P. Nambiar, Vice President, Human Resources, Tata Consultancy Services. Ms. Gopika Pant, Head, Indian Law Partners, New Delhi. Shri Mukesh Bhutani, founder and managing partner, BMR Legal Advocates. I welcome you all. Without further ado, I will now hand it over to the chair of this session, to Shri Rajiv Kumar. Sir, over to you.
Namaskar and good afternoon to everybody. आज ह्यूमन राइट्स डे है और मेरे ख्याल में सबसे बड़ी सबसे सर्वोपरि जो हमारे लिए प्रायोरिटी होना चाहिए वो यही है कि ह्यूमन राइट्स हमारे बने हम उसकी सेफगार्ड करते रहें और हर जगह सेफगार्ड करते रहें. So which is why I'm so happy that I've been invited by the NHRC to chair this session in the workplace, stress in the workplace. And my problem is that I have changed several careers, and fortunately I've never been stressed in my job. So I don't know what to and how to tackle this subject, but therefore I'm going to leave it to my panelists to tell us how is stress caused, how they deal with it, and what is the best way to handle it. And then maybe later on, after the panelists have given us their wisdom, we will come back to a few conclusions from this session. So our first speaker would be my co-chair, Mr. Deepak Bagla. So he was the former CEO of Invest India Limited, an organization which did wonderful work to project India to foreign countries and foreign minds. So Deepak, you're to go. And let's all take about 10 minutes each. Is that all right? Yeah? Yeah.
They have assigned 8 minutes.
Yeah. So let's stick to the assignment.
Yes,
Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Good evening. So first, thank you very much for getting us all together. This is really, truly a very important subject. Second, sir, since you said you've never been stressed, I think you should handle from all of us, sir. We give you the next half an hour. Because frankly, we need your secret as to how you've been able to do that. But, ma'am, I must tell you, so since sir mentioned about Invest India, it was a young team. About 480 of us. Average age of the team was 27, 28. And it was a young team, like a startup within the government context, which was coming together. One of the things we were trying our best to try and see how we keep the stress levels of the organization down. And I must say that it is not something we've always been very successful about. The first part, I think, which I see, and I was hearing the previous panelists, and especially Dr. Mishra, and there we could see how the entire medical fraternity was obviously overloaded with work, with long work hours, etc., which were happening. I think it is something which is right across each and every one of us. The first point being, loneliness is now going to be and is the biggest issue in the world. Not just with us. It's in the world. And with that loneliness is coming the point where we are just by ourselves, the individualism. So within the work context, what blows up, and this is what the discussion was happening, is trying to create more and more communication channels to try and help it. And I remember when COVID happened and the team was working and Mr. Bharat Lal was leading the team. By the way, he's one of the people who envisaged what Invest India should be, and he's the one who was always our mentor who created it. I was seeing the team going completely underwater. They were stressed individually and they were stressed with the work which was it. Either organizing the oxygen right across or seeing that the relief supplies across the globe was happening. It's a young team. And that's when we reached out to the medical fraternity and said, can we get some counselors? And we had a list of about 11 counselors where the team could call them up at any point of time where this could happen. But the point remains, I think it goes more endemic, is to the point which was also brought about in the previous panel, that don't be there if you don't like the job. Let me rephrase it. It is the search for purpose. And I know it sounds very 30,000 feet, but I think the moment there was and there is a purpose, a large part of the fluff or the negativity which gets associated in your job environment you're willing to accept. And I know every job does have a large part of the negative sense to it, but that purpose part, and I think the new generation has a stronger sense of purpose than many of us had in our previous generations, where we were there because we had to get some things done. This generation has that stronger sense, and that's where one gets to see that maybe they're choosing it in a rightful direction. One very interesting point which came about was, every youngster who I interviewed, I would ask them that, what did you check before coming to Invest India? And they all checked, 99% of them, a website called Glassdoor. So it was very interesting. I had not even heard of it. Glassdoor was current employees and other employees placing their true opinions on that as to what this organization is about. And one of the highest points on that was work-life balance. Why I'm bringing that in, that before the Glassdoor, we always had the whistleblower concept. Somebody who would go out and try and complain and tell you what it is, because at times we all get burdened down by it. But this is what I'm seeing, that the new generation, and a large number of them, would not join an organization if they did not see a work-life balance which was being inculcated within that scenario. How that was being done, it didn't just mean that you had to decrease the number of working hours. I don't think that is what the point was. The point was that there was a feeling that there was an organization which was with them, which they could trust, and an organization which will take care of their back and stand by them. I think the moment you had these few points, which I think are fundamental in any relationship which we work on. There were times there will be distress, but the moment you have that overarching thing, you had that point where the stress points got much lesser. And the reason why I bring about to you Glassdoor is that eventually I see finally a day when the stock price of an organization is going to get dependent or influenced by how it takes care of its employees, will be the final validation to a reason where we will start taking care of them. And the whistleblower was the first part to it. The second is things like Glassdoor, which is happening, and a large part of the school and student unions, when they're doing their placements, that is happening. And I hope that finally we do come to a point where publicly valuation and a value is ascribed when you take care of an organization. Thank you, sir. I know I may have crossed my limit, but...
No, thank you so much, Deepak. I think very... and all of those things, and I hope the stock prices of companies will get affected by the way they treat their employees. Thanks a ton about loneliness and also about balance and work-life balance. Thanks a ton. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Sri Manoj Yadav. He is the Director General Railway Protection Force and the former DG in NHRC. Mr. Yadav. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have made a small presentation, and so that we can talk about stress in a structured manner. And so I have 10 minutes. So first of all, we have to find what stress is. It's essentially, stress is a balance between the demands being made on us, demands for time, demand for attention, demand for work, demand for performance, and the resources we have to handle that demand. When resources are more than the demands, we are happily able to handle, we are smiling, we are obliging everyone, we are happy, spreading happiness all around. But at some time, the balance shifts. Initially, we start coping. First slide, please. We start coping. Sorry, it's there. So we start coping in our own way. And everyone has a very unique way of dealing with the stress. And as the stress increases to some stage, we are able to go. In fact, management theorists say that a little amount of stress is necessary for performance. It's called positive stress. All of us know that unless there is a deadline, there is a pressure, the boss datega, tab tak we really don't get going. So a little amount of stress is essential for performance. But then when it starts increasing, and then somewhere something breaks. It's like a bridge. Bridge in the middle, if you keep on putting more and more weight, there is a stage comes like the last straw on camel's back, that suddenly you give in. You say कि मेरे से नहीं हो पाएगा. It's enough. I can't handle anything more. At workplace, we have seen all of it happening. So as a definition, the thing is that when stress happens, it has psychological consequences, it has emotional consequences, it has behavioral uh, consequences. And then ultimately the stress starts eating us up. And the topic today is stress and burnout. When stress is prolonged, stress is heavy, unrelenting, and it throws your entire work-life balance out of the way. You are not able to handle things, you are not able to find family time, you have no time to relax and rejuvenate, and then it leads to burnout. And I think Rajiv Kumar sir is right, in our generation we had not heard this word. Burnout certainly, stress one had heard, but nowadays we hear it more and more. Because we are a society caught in the throes of change. In the organizations, there are huge demands for performance. And with the companies, there are more than 6,000 listed companies on the Bombay Sensex. All of them have to give quarterly guidance, performance. There's a pressure on the marketing people, there's a pressure on the production guys, there's a pressure on everyone. And that day is a great deal off when you would be judged by the amount of stress. And therefore, stress is all around us. And we see road rage has increased. Crimes of passion, crimes of sudden anger, as a police officer, I know, have gone up. As a police officer, I know there are large number of cases of suicides and fratricides among the armed forces. Last year on 31st July, one of our constables who was under work pressure, one Chetan Singh, in a train that was going from Surat to Bombay, early hours, he wanted some rest and his boss would not let him have it. He was not feeling easy. His boss said no. He said, I want to just get down from the train at the next station. Well, no, you cannot go. You have to finish the duty, enter the Rose Namcha, then go. Something broke inside him. He took out his AK-47 and pumped 5 bullets into his supervisor. And then he thought for half an hour, the train was moving, and then he killed 3 more people in the train. And that was the day I joined as DGRPF. And therefore, we researched a lot on mental health. Fortunately, police organizations are the only ones where the employees are given guns. So rest of you are safe. Bosses, for that matter. So now, if we look at the stress, in a sense, what are the statistics? I looked up some public data and I found that 89, according to a Live Mint study, 89% of Indian employees reported experiencing burnout symptoms. 89%. 76% of Indian employees feel stressed at their workplace. This is the Economic Times report. 25% of employees feel hesitant to discuss stress and burnout. This is from McKinsey Health Institute report. 27% of employees in large Indian companies experience burnout. So the statistics can be replicated. The point is that workplace stress is a reality and burnout is a reality. My son is a law graduate and they are working in these law firms which should be protecting the employees' laws. They are not even employees, they are called partners. And all of you would be having some people, some youngsters working in a law firm. Most of these employees, 80% of them leave within 2 years. The workplace demands are so heavy, there's no time left. They leave at 9, they are given additional work which is to be submitted by 8 in the morning because the corporate clients are very, very demanding. And after 2-3 years, all these bright pass outs from national law universities, euphemistically they say we are going to do LLM to US or UK. Actually, they want to just break free from those demands being made on them. And sector after sector. So main stressor is a workplace stressor. which is high workload, job insecurity, interpersonal conflicts within the team or with the boss at the workplace, and lack of control. Then there are personal stresses which are multiplying. The pressure of EMIs, for example, and job insecurity in the corporate workplace, health concerns. There's no time left to take care of your health. Just 3 days back, son of a batchmate who's just 29 and is working in a corporate law firm had a heart attack. We found that he used to be a very active badminton player and he was a sportsman. I went and met him. He says, sir, I have had no time in the busy law profession even to play and to even do minimum half an hour exercise in the morning. And then there are environmental stresses. Delhi is a crowded place. If you go in Delhi, those who live in South Delhi and Central Delhi are very lucky. 70% of Delhi, I once went on a chopper in connection with a VIP duty and I found just concrete for kilometers together. West Delhi, East Delhi, Northeast Delhi, Southwest Delhi. There's no park, no open places. Obviously, Delhi police keeps on handling rage cases, murders there. We have forgotten the art of creating public spaces. Our architects and town planners. And there's no place to go to for the children to play and for the elderly to walk. Yes, sir. So the point I'm making is that we should, at a law play, recently a young lady died and her mother complained of, so the challenges for the organizations and the government of India has taken it up with the government, with all the corporates and with CII and industry bodies to look at this problem in a holistic manner. A high-level committee has been created. I think all of us have to find an answer, and I will conclude by saying that the answer lies in traditional Indian techniques, meditation and yoga. The meditation brings that emotional stability, emotional self-awareness, ability to handle conflicts, and ultimate example is Bhagavad Gita. What Arjun was having on the field of Kurukshetra was actually a burnout. It was a burnout, and he got a counselor and psychiatrist in Lord Shri Krishna, who restored his mental and emotional balance, who told him the call of the duty. And ultimately, it is about the self-introspection, swadhyay, emotional well-being, and I am a big votary of yoga and meditation. The young generation, lots of young people are here, and this is a secret waiting to be discovered for a healthy and happy life. But at the end of the day, the employers must be held responsible for ensuring reasonable work-life balance, reducing workplace-related stresses, and keeping employees happy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we're going to hear more of the traditional Indian practices and Indian values and systems, in managing stress. I think Kabir's Doha of Jab Aave Santosh Dhan Savdhan Dhur Saman would probably have something to do with it. So we can tackle it. We can tackle those as we go forward. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. R.K. Dhameja, Director IHBAS Delhi. Dr. Dhameja.
Thank you very much. I must compliment NHRC for taking up this issue as a major agenda in last few years. And IBHAS, the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, which is the largest neuropsychiatric hospital in the country, has been associated with NHRC in many ways, and I'm glad that we are having this discussion on National Conference on Mental Well-being, navigating stress from classroom to the workplace. So IBHAS has been associated with all the three components. From the school mental health, we are running a school mental health initiative in 30 government schools of Delhi, where we provide counselors and then identify the children at risk, and then, if required, bring them to the hospital with the consent of the parents and the teachers. So school mental health initiative is a large program now, looking after the mental health of the kids in the secondary schools. We are also involved in the mental health of the students in the institutions of higher learning, the Union Higher Education Secretary, Mrs. Sanjay Murthy, till recently had asked me to go to IIT Gandhinagar to plan a wellness clinic across all the IITs in the country. As we were having the debates, they were all directors of the IITs all assembled there for this 2-day meeting. As we were discussing, the one student of IIT Delhi committed suicide, same day. And so we keep on hearing, we keep on reading in the newspaper about the suicides, not only in Kota, but also in the institutions of higher learning. We had a very focused approach on the medical education in the previous session, but at the same time, this stress amongst the college students in the institutions of higher learning is across all the domains. It's not only medical or IITs, but across all the domains. And at this juncture, the NHRC has taken up this issue in a big way, and I'm glad that we are all discussing this. At least we are talking about this. The third is the stress and the well-being at the workplace. Again, it is a very important issue. 65% of our population is a working class population. And as you just heard from Mr. Manoj Yadav, the statistics about the number of people having the mental health issues or having the stress is enormous. And it's not only the stress, it's also linked to the productivity. It's also linked to our GDP. It's all linked, related to our own economic health of the country. So it's something very, very important. And again, IBHAS is doing a lot in this work, in this field, and in the public domain, in the public sector, we are dealing with the paramilitary forces, sir. We have MOUs with SSB, the National Police Research Bureau, and in the private corporate sectors, we work with the SHM to have the mental health and wellness sessions with the different companies. So all the three domains we are heavily involved with, and we are also situated with NHRC, and we are grateful that we are here today and discussing these important things. So my presentation is a few minutes presentation. Can I have the next slide? Can I have this?
We have this. Yes.
So the first, we all deal with the stress, and stress is a normal part of life. Everybody is dealing with at this point of stress, whether it's a traffic stress or something else going on. So there are many, many causes of the stress, and you can see from here whether it is social isolation we just talked about, uncertainty in the future, conflict, loss of loved ones, loss of income, financial difficulties, and of course the stress at the workplace. The first time I heard about the major impact of stress, sir, I worked in Australia for many years, and I was working there. I started just a few months after that. One of my colleagues asked a stress leave. So stress leave is something which was new to me, that you can have a leave also if you are feeling under stress. So that is kind of a work condition or work environment in many countries where you can avail a stress leave by saying that I am under stress, I am not able to come today, I am not able to give a productive or contribute to the workplace today, so I may be granted a stress leave. So that is recognition that stress does happen at the workplace, and that recognition is both ways, not only for the employees but also from the employers. So these things are very, very important and very crucial, and of course the stress at the workplace could be due to many, many reasons. So we are not alone, you are not alone, everybody is experiencing stress. As we said, stress something is positive, and it's a reaction, not a response. So it is a reaction to something which happens this or that way. So how can we minimize and manage the workplace stress? That's what, as a doctor, I'm going to a little bit allude upon, so that this is benefit for all. So there is a definite definition of the workplace stress from the WHO, which defines as the response people may have when presented with the work demands and the pressures that challenge their ability to cope. So obviously resilience and coping mechanisms, if they are in place, there is a less workplace stress. And this is something which we see the stress, the parameters or the paradigm, where there is a comfort zone, and outside the comfort zone, this way or that way, we feel a different kind of reaction to the stress. It could be either burnout or could be extreme situations in the burnout scene. But we all want to be in the comfort zone. Anything outside the comfort zone gives us a stress. and that is something which is very important. It could be because of dissatisfaction, boredom, frustration, fatigue, exhaustion, health issues, anything like that. So outside comfort zone, again, stress and productivity productivity will decrease. So this also emerges as the most common risk factor, contributing to increased sickness, absence from the duties, so absenteeism, high staff turnover, that means people leaving and coming over, suboptimal performance, and a possible increase in the accidents due to human errors, whether it is the medical negligence or it is the railway accidents or it is other human errors where we deal every day. That is probably stress has a role to play in taking decisions on those crucial times where we have to have a split second decisions we have to take, and that always leads to that. So what are the other things which promote the stress at the workplace? Overload, lack of participation and control or recognition, monotonous task, ambiguity of the role or the mismatch of the role and qualification, as I said, lack of recognition or promotion at work, poor interpersonal relationships, poor working conditions, poor communication, again, and conflicting home and work demands, they all contribute to stress as well. Bullying, whether it is in the institutions or at the workplace, again, it can happen. And of course, the sexual harassment at workplace, although being taken up in a big way by the government and all the institutions and the workplace, again, they are the critical causal factors for the chronic stress at the workplace. So how can it affect as your physical health as well as the mental health? Again, chronic stress at the workplace can lead to all medical conditions, hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular, as well as the mental health problems, burnout, depression, anxiety, distress conditions, and of course that significantly affect employees' ability to contribute meaningfully in their personal and professional lives. So it is very important that mental health of the workplace should have been the priority of the employers and the businesses and in the offices. So there is a workplace stress scale, which is a Canadian scale, which has 8 questions, which can identify or which can tell us whether the conditions at the work are unpleasant or sometimes unsafe, whether the job is negatively affecting the physical, emotional well-being, whether too much of work to do or too many unreasonable deadlines are there, sometimes difficult to express the opinions or feelings about the job conditions to our superiors, or the job pressures interfering with our family or personal life, or inadequate control or input on my work duties, or I receive inadequate recognition or reward for my good performance, and sometimes I'm unable to fully utilize my skills or talents at the work. So this is a workplace stress scale which can quantify, which can give us an indicator whether this is something which is affecting our business or our effectiveness. So the prioritize to mental health is very, very important, and how we can do it, of course, sometimes it is not realistic to eliminate all the stress from work. So these are some tips from the managing workplace stress. Every job involves stress to some degree. Some stress is positive, some stress is negative, as I said, and there is no one size fits all solution for managing workplace stress. So obviously, we have to think about that. How to manage? There are different tips, recognizing situations that lead to stress. That means you have to identify, separating positive from the negative stress, accepting the reality of unavoidable negative stress. Sometimes you don't have any control, so it's no use of banging your head against a wall. So obviously you have to take a call to finish there. Sometimes you have to implement strategy to minimize the impact of unavoidable stresses, and take steps to eliminate unnecessary negative steps that we can always take. So we all have to learn to manage stress with recognizing what causes us to feel stress, what is the primary source of stress, whether we need to identify the work-related situation. Certain situations could be there in the environment, in the workplace environment, certain people could be there, sometimes your subordinates, sometimes your superiors, and certain types of tasks can also be there which can cause stress. And looming deadlines is again a very, very important stressor. Sometimes we set and follow the pre-deadlines for ourselves, which may not be realistic. Sometimes we establish and keep up with the project milestones and avoid putting up projects until the last minute. As we said, we're all trying to be, it's a behavioral pattern that jab tak koi danda nahi aayega tab tak hum shuru nahi karenge, 1 minute. So keeping track of tasks is very important. We always make a checklist and follow it up, come up with some solutions. For example, these are race to fire safety, something like that, and practice the task until to start to feel comfortable with it. There is a discovering sometimes your co-worker have not done what you need to do, or you think it is too late, and you have no control on your subordinates. So you have to review the progress with your subordinates, have a plan, contingency plan, talk it out, discuss with them, review their performance, and of course, sometimes if you feel circumstances are beyond your control, that you should always recognize that you cannot control everything. Sometimes you have to take a call which effort will lead to maximum output and which task is not going to produce anything. Co-workers handling situation may be different, but you want to do it. So there is always individual approach. Everybody has its different way to talk about and how to do it. To do it, one has to accept it, and obviously we have to focus on goal or objective rather than the method. So obviously, if one approach works, don't stress over it. There's another options, and we always have to think about employee relationship. It's the duty of the employer to provide that safe environment and a conducive environment, and give recognition to the good performer at the same time. The poor performer has to be recognized also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhamija. And what you said about the objective and not the methodology actually ties up with what Deepak said, which is that you got this sense of purpose.
Yes.
If you have a sense of purpose in what you're doing, I think you reduce stress quite dramatically. Most of us, don't find that, and we just sort of work like a cog in the machine. चल रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, कुछ पता नहीं, तो उसमें जो है वो दिक्कत हो जाती है. और जो आपने जो दूसरी चीज़ कही, कम्युनिटी वर्सेस इंडिविजुअल. जब हम लोग बड़े हो रहे थे तो घर में फैमिली थी, घर बार था, नाना नानी थे, मोहल्ले थे, कॉलोनीज थी, उसी में स्ट्रेस हो जाता. अब इतना इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक हो गया है, और यही एक चीज़ है जो वेस्टर्न और इंडियन ट्रेडिशन में फ़र्क है. और ये जो वेस्टर्नाइजेशन का जो ट्रेंड हम लोगों का इंडिविजुअलिज्म का बन रहा है, that each of us has to maximize one's own achievement on her own, without any help from the others. I think it's something that we need to look at carefully. But the point I'm trying to make is that this requires a massive effort, and I'm glad that NHRC started this. It requires a massive effort to change back our mindsets, our value systems, and our ethical norms as we go forward, and I hope we'll continue to do that. Thank you very much for that. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Ms. Gopika Pant. She is the head of the Indian Law Partners in New Delhi. Ms. Pant.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, NHRC. This is a very important topic to be speaking about, because we can see how large, what a day it's been from beginning to now. I have good news and bad news. Good news is that when you speak so much at the end of the day, everything you wanted to say has already been said, so you can be quite quick. The bad news is I have to say something, so I'm going to talk just a little bit. I'm speaking extempore, but I agree very much with what Dr. M.C. Mishra said. He was spot on many issues, but I also agree with what Manojji has just told us, which is also spot on many issues. So we have both worlds. We have a world where, look, if you don't like stress, don't come into a particular profession, because you must anticipate the stress levels. But at the same time, when you come in, then start dealing with the stress. It is difficult, and what we have done, actually, we've grown very quickly in the legal profession. We've grown as corporate lawyers. We've grown in law litigation matters. And when you've done that, looking at Western values, we must also take the best values there. So when they have training contracts for 2 years, teaching, for the first 2 years, law firms teach the young lawyers coming in under training contracts every branch of law, because that makes you a holistic lawyer. Somehow over here, what we do is put them straight into a stream and say, you will do capital markets, you will do only real estate, you will do only litigation, or whatever, only labor. Now that doesn't make a holistic lawyer. To make a full-fledged lawyer in a knowledge-based industry, you need to know full law. You need to know everything before law school teaches you. Law schools also give you a chance to step down. After 3 years, you get a BA degree. If you don't want to carry on, you can step out. But a lot of people want to carry on. So when you carry on, you have to go. As a young lawyer, when I was 23, I started out in Wall Street, in a Wall Street law firm. It was terribly stressful, but I wanted to do it. I wanted to be part of that whole ecosystem. I also, like Dr. Mishra said, he used to go to the bathroom and cry. In my law firm, I also went to the ladies' loo and I used to cry, because it is stressful and you don't know how to work. You don't know how to do the work. You've just come from India 35 years ago. It's all new to you, but you want to prove yourself. You know, it's very difficult, and I had taken a student loan. But here I am, after, it's my 39th year in the legal profession. I'm very much there. I love it more every day, and I encourage young people to take it. But that work-life balance is a must. I have encouraged people post-COVID to work from home. I had started it pre-COVID. Fridays, I said, work from home, but work. Okay, don't come in, only because I have seen what happens to young people. New York helped me because it had an ecosystem to help me. It was easy to get to my office. I had places, good places to stay, good places to eat. There was no problem. But when you have young 23, 24-year-olds coming from other cities into the metros, they don't get good accommodation. They don't have good public transport. They are facing with day-to-day issues for their food, for their transport, for their living quarters. So one of the things that's been on my mind is to, I've talked about it a lot actually, is that if you're having, 100 smart cities, why don't we expand rather than get everyone into the metros and have everyone, 400 people in one office space, getting everyone there? Start going out, start having smaller offices. Post-abrogation of 370, I opened a small office in Srinagar. And I said, I will help the boys and girls there to come and work, because when you have the bandwidth and internet, as long as we have internet, we can work, because we do diligences, we are working through the internet. And I've got 3 lawyers on the ground there. We are doing work in the horticulture department. We are helping. We have brought corporate law to a place like Srinagar. If that is possible, then everyone can do it. And it's also necessary because they can't come and stay in cities. They don't want to stay in a hot, humid cities. They want to have the pleasure of staying with their parents. They've been to law schools, spent 5 years over there already. They've been away from their homes. If they can work out of their own cities, where they might have a garden, they might have a home, they have family life, I think we should help them, and we must try and build this ecosystem to contribute to it, because certainly there are stress levels. We have stress, we all know, is a universal problem. It's not new to us. Everything that you've heard just now on drugs, on alcohol, and the most intoxicating of all of them, as bad as all of them, is social media. So that is intoxicating. Youths are just going and they get into a mold where they are, there's an imposter syndrome. There's so much you can read about this, where you're not what you are actually projecting yourself to be. Now, in a profession like law, you get caught out. If you're going to go and copy paste a response you're doing on a search engine and say that this is the answer, you're going to be wrong. You're going to be wrong. You have to go and do your research. There are no shortcuts in law. In law, it's a knowledge-based industry. It has a long gestation period. You cannot become a superstar in 1 or 2 years or 3 years. And by the time you're 4th year, if you haven't picked up the knowledge, you are going to get very stressed, because your juniors will know more than you. And that's the one thing you have to keep doing, is keep knowing more than your seniors. So this is very important. The biggest sponge we have, what really makes us different from a lot of the other economies or other countries, if I may say, is that while loneliness is there as an international problem maybe, and a global issue, in India we have a sponge. We have our families. Our family life here helps us. And this is what we need to build on. We need to be able to help our family members, and in us, at least this is what I've seen in my society, is that even your neighbors are your family. Your community is your family. Everyone is willing to listen to you. You don't necessarily, but if you come from another city into a metro, you're working in a space where you are uncomfortable, but you are good at your work. You're trying to prove yourself, but still struggling to get the right food to eat and the right place to stay. And it's humid, you need to wear the right clothes to an office. We have to help folks. I've got people in my office working in different cities. Today I've got lawyers sitting in Prayagraj, Varanasi, Lucknow, Sikar, and Jodhpur, Gwalior. If you can have people sitting in different cities working, why can't we start opening smaller offices everywhere, like I've just said? I think it's something to think about, because it will certainly take the stress levels down. We need to be careful, because in our profession, you need to learn before you earn. You can't just get young people and give them a bunch of money and then make them give them a robotic living. That doesn't work. So I won't take up more, and we work in time zones. So of course we have long hours. In the morning you might be talking to Australia, to Sydney, which is 5 hours ahead. By the afternoon you're talking to Japan, which is 3 hours ahead, and then you're talking, we work across time zones. When you have global access, you have to, in our profession, make teams that are looking after East, Southeast Asia, Europe, and then the US. We have to make different teams to work to service the industry. One suggestion, if you want to do counseling, because there's a stigma and young people don't want to go to counselors within the organization, maybe something to consider is that part of CSR funding can go into a corpus. Part of your funding goes into a corpus. The corpus looks after mental well-being of everyone, not just your employees, but everyone, because everyone can't afford it. So you already got a lot of money coming in from CSR. Most corporates don't even know how to use their full CSR budgets. So why don't you make a subset within the CSR and say, this much goes into a national corpus. It'll be managed for mental well-being across the board, whether it's for within workplaces, schools, wherever it is. That's just a suggestion. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for that suggestion. I think it's a very good one. And you mentioned, Mr. Visman, that there are no shortcuts in law. And I'm wondering what will happen now with the new technology, with the chat GPT and the AI and so on. Will that be a helping agent, or will that be a stress-causing agent?
Stress-causing.
So I think it's a good question to look at, because we're going to soon face that.
Yes.
Some of my young friends tell me that they now get a answer very quickly through the chat GPT and the large language models. So maybe that will give them more time. But I think stress and technology could be another subject that we want to look at. Your suggestion of having a corpus for dealing with it. And there actually, my thought was that if you could have a person in a corporation who would spot the people about to go into burnout or actually have a burnout, and then have a safety net for them, which is that for 3 months, they can go retrain themselves, they could go sort of do whatever. So I think somewhere or the other, we need a kind of a safety net, which is what is required now, because all of us will have to be changing jobs very much more often. And then, so I think that might be another suggestion to have, is to have a sort of unit to be able to identify people going to be suffering from burnouts. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Sheikh Mukesh Bhutani, founding and managing director, BMR Legal Advocates. Either Mukesh hides his stress very well, or actually doesn't suffer at all, because I've never seen him in stress, and I've known him for a very long time. So Mukesh, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar. Privilege and honor to speak on this platform. I think I actually, didn't fully follow the timing, so I landed early here. And I felt it was a good idea to go through the sessions, heard many doctors, and heard many consequences and wrong things about the subject that we have in hand. Well, I started my career 38 years back, around the same time when Gopika started, and I started in a blue-blooded consulting firm. I lived in an environment where people said up or out. It used to be very cutthroat. I don't know what avenues, if any, organizations had to help stress manage, so we sailed through the times. I liked actually, Dr. Kumar, your comment that you made. I was also brought up in a family where I had parents, grandparents, and I see many of the young people. I think I run a small boutique firm of 25 lawyers. I think more than 2/3 of them would be staying away from their main place. So that's a point that I have noted. Well, stress is a natural response to demanding situations, but when it becomes chronic, it becomes burnout, and as most doctors said, it has a impact on emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion, and all the negative consequences that were spoken about by the earlier speakers spoke. I just wanted to make emphasis on 2 points. One is, since we have many officials from the government present over here, I don't miss the opportunity to make a suggestion to lawmakers. One is I encountered that we passed a very important code called the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code. It's actually a 2020 code which got passed in COVID times. Phenomenal initiative. It covers in one shot something like 16, 17 laws on factories, plantations, journalists, contract laborers, cine workers, motor transport. But it doesn't cover the kind of jobs that we do as executives sitting in the office. I don't know whether there is something that one needs to reflect on. I also figured out that the code in its implementation stage did not respond very well. The 2023 survey of Ministry of Labor came out with a compliance rate of 41.8%, not very good, but not very encouraging either. And my conclusion was that perhaps, there is a need for to fill in the legislative gaps that we see. So if I just look at three issues in the code, these are the gaps that I see. It puts a responsibility on the employer, and it says as far as practical or as far as reasonably practical, the employer shall make sure that he maintains a good environment and safe work. So it's not mandatory as such. It clearly lacks a definitive articulation of what is reasonably practically working condition, because working conditions can vary as much as you and I can stretch our right and left hand. Second, I also felt that it covers physical injury, and today's topic is all about mental stress. So the biggest gap in the law is that it doesn't cover mental stress even in a a labor environment. The kind of example that you gave of the constable, it doesn't cover that. He obviously was stressed. So this law technically will not cover. I would strongly suggest that the NHRC and relevant people take up this issue and try and put the, I won't say fear of law, but try and have some regulatory framework to help that. I also feel that you can't paint everyone in the same brush. There are some practices that are there. For preparing for this conference, I happened to speak to 2-3 people from the corporate world, and some of the notable examples that came out were from the house of Tatas, not surprising. Also, when I looked at the non-manufacturing, Deloitte as a firm came out as another example. These organizations have done phenomenal work in the area of mental wellness, and it is evident because they conduct regular survey to assess the health check of their employees. From using good technology such as apps to help people, seek advice, seek counseling, including small things like delivering medicines at home. Some of these help desks were very, very useful. I did have a visit on some of the apps that was there. So I think technology is an area where, you can help elevate many of the issues. I also feel that most successful employers prioritize what they call it as consistent employee communication. I think that's where most people lack. Just by sending an email out to people doesn't mean anything, because everybody has an overload of information, not even the junior most person in the organization. So making the employees aware of their contributions, greater recognition, and recognition doesn't necessarily come with money. I know money has become a common denominator in today's environment compared to the era where we were brought up in. But I think that there are many, many employers who kind of do encourage that money is not the driver. I remember 20 years back, a mid-sized accounting firm, which is now a large Indian accounting firm, and the founder of this firm used to be in college with me in Mumbai. And I told him, how are you able to attract good talent? And he told me, we do two things. Number one, our offices are located in Vilepale. Most of our workforce comes from North Mumbai. So they find it convenient. This is much before large firms started moving into Midtown and in the suburban area. Second thing, he said, every Saturday, we don't do client work. We have only training to propel knowledge. And by the way, this is not mandatory. He was speaking at a time when virtual conference facilities were not there. Of course, after COVID, the world figured out that you can do learning. So now nobody comes on Saturday and everybody is virtual. There are many, many things that are available for employees to implement. I think that shortage, if any, is not of ideas, but shortages, if any, is of implementation. I continue to see half glass full, and I'm sure that conferences such as this and initiatives of this nature will help corporate wake up to the call of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you so much. I think a very important point what you made was, if you feel that you belong to a working community, your stress level goes down. If on the other hand you are alienated from where you are working, I think that, and that's the job of the employer to make you feel that you belong to what you're doing. I think that's a important, and this actually reminds me of something that Manish Sabharwal has always emphasized, which is that we, the policy makers here and otherwise, if we can start thinking about creating jobs where people are, rather than making people move to where jobs are, I think it will change the whole equation very much. And therefore, if you look at India like that, if you see that this eastern part has got 300, 400 million surplus, it will not work to get them down to the south and the west, because people actually who are there will accept even 3/4 of the salary, because they'll be living with their family and so on. And think of it, ladies and gentlemen, a person who's working in your or my home or in a workplace, who has his family living 1,000 kilometers away, is that not a human rights situation? Because he meets or she meets the family twice a year. So maybe something that NHRC can think about, and therefore generate some more consciousness about the need to create jobs where people are. And then whatever that follows, whether it's infrastructure or training or skilling, I think that can be something that we can take home from there. Our last speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Shri D.P. Nambiar, who is the Vice President of the Tata Consultancy Services, and I suppose in the HR department. There you are, Mr. Nambiar. Thank you, sir. Very nice.
Too much of us. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to NHRD for organizing this. It's a privilege to be here. Before I go ahead, I have a confession to make. I am under stress. As the tail end speaker in a panel full of such distinguished people.
How do you hide it?
The professions. I just realized that almost everything I wanted to say has already been said. But having said that, there is always something more that one can speak, because it's a very vast subject. And we deal with a certain landscape. So very quickly, the landscape that we deal with, and I'll give you a perspective from our organization in terms of what we deal with and how we try and help our people cope with it. So from a landscape perspective, we are of course India's largest private sector employer. So we have 612,000 employees, 50 nationalities, 150 nationalities working in 50 countries. And the average age is 32. So, and we onboard about 40,000 young people every year, college leavers, into the company. Bulk of them are engineers, but also some non-engineers. So that in itself presents significant challenges because of the kind of expectations that the younger generation has from corporate when they come on board. And very often, while we do reach out, we connect with them while they are still in campus. But we do find at times that the expectation versus what is real, there is a disconnect. That is one part of it. The other thing is also that the entire environment we are operating in, and this is more true for India, and of course about 75% of our people are in India. So the environment that we are operating in is not very kind. So there is very stiff competition, that is one thing. The other thing is also people have, all the other factors at play. You're living in cities, most of the IT organizations are operating out of the metropolitan cities. Now we are expanding and going into the tier 2, tier 3 cities. But you are in the cities, so commute, all of those challenges come into play. And you still need to get the job done. You still have to get the job done. So our focus has always been on trying to give our people 2 or 3 things. First is giving them a sense of belonging. And we strongly believe that an organization, when people join an organization is not a brick and mortar structure. The organization is the set of people that an individual interacts with. Some of whom are senior, some of whom are a peer group, and some of whom are coming in after them. And as long as they have a positive experience in the sum of those interactions, people will stay positive. Whether it is with respect to something very focused like retention, or whether it is with respect to their overall wellness. This is very critical, and there is a lot of emphasis we as an organization play on this, starting with equipping leaders better. Because we have project teams that start right from where you have somebody leading a 5-member project, and then you could have someone who's leading 10,000 people. It's very, very important that people understand that leading teams is not just about the transaction of business. It is not just about giving work, assigning work, and then at the end of the day or the end of the week trying to understand what got done. There is much more to it than that. It is about understanding your people. It is about caring for your people. It is about pointing them in the right direction with respect to their own aspirations and careers. It is about giving them an idea of what the organization can offer for them in a whole. And that changes the entire thing. And if we have very high retention rates, we are very proud of the fact we have the highest retention rate in the industry. I think a lot of that goes to this. It's also about ensuring that there is a strong sense of purpose. That we use the term every last TCSR. Every last TCSR is probably somebody who joined us yesterday. And we have people joining us every day, every minute, is to give them the sense of why what they do is important. Why what the programmer sitting in some corner in India or in the US or in Finland maybe or anywhere else, why what they do is important in the overall scheme of things for the organization, for the end customer, and hence for the community. That is another thing, and a lot of effort goes again into that. For paucity of time, I'll not get into too much of detail here, but there is a lot of effort that we place on that part of it. We add that with a lot of the engagement stuff that we do, and a lot of the engagement work that we do is not just the standard stuff that you'll hear HR guys doing, which is doing connects and family days and so on, but it's also about giving them an opportunity to give back to the community, to go and make a difference in the communities that we operate in across the world. That is one thing which we do. The other thing is about giving them a lot of avenues. A lot of youngsters with us, we give them a lot of avenues by way of club activities, by way of sports, all of that, and also backing it up with a very strong program aimed at physical and mental well-being, which includes mandatory checks, but it also includes things like a very strong EAP counseling program, which is completely anonymized. Nobody within the organization, including people like me from HR, have access to that. It is a third party that does it for us. It is available to all our associates, and we have spent a lot of time making people understand that it is not wrong if you need help. It is not a taboo. It is all right if you need help. Like you can fall sick and you can have a fever, you can also probably have negative thoughts. You can be in a depression. It's all right to ask for help, whether it is from HR or your boss, or you're probably much more comfortable going to this anonymized counselor and taking help. So that is another thing that we are very focused on. We believe, along with a sense of purpose and a sense of belonging, it's important to also help youngsters build more resilience. That is something which for last 55, 56 years, we have been onboarding trainees from the campus, and we have reasonable experience in that area, and we feel there is a definite need from a pure resilience perspective to focus on that and give that support to our people. So as a sum, what I would say is a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging, resilience. These are three cornerstones of what we do to ensure that our people are able to have a positive outlook to life and move on. Does it mean we don't have any problems? Of course not. We do have. We do have people who have challenges, who need help and support, and we go out and try and support them and help them. And like a speaker mentioned, one of the previous speakers, not all stress is negative. There is a concept of eustress, which is positive stress. It is the kind of stress that teams have, a very well-knit, highly motivated team, when it is competing for business with another company, that could be a positive stress. Or when people are trying to innovate and come up with something new. Or when a young infantry officer in the army is telling his troops, okay, we got to go and get that hill. I had a lot of friends who fought in Kargil. So when they say you have to go up there and capture that hill, there is some amount of stress, because this guy is sitting up there on the hill with a machine gun. But there is also a positivity that comes out of that stress, the motivation that comes in. So not all stress is negative, like somebody else said, but our effort essentially is to see how can we support our people, help them through those three concepts: purpose, belongingness, resilience. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for doing my job and summarizing it so beautifully, so that, the sort of belongingness, sense of purpose and resilience. And to that, if I may add a couple of things, which is that I think somehow or the other we have to give some rein to material ambitions of individuals. And I think that's the Indian tradition, that material ambition is not the only thing. You said money is the driver, etc. There is a purpose, there is a santulan, there is a balance that is required. So that's one thing that, other one, I said in the beginning that I didn't feel stress, and I must therefore now sort of say, how did it happen? Two things that I learned in my life, which is one that, and I've changed many careers actually, not just jobs, many careers, is that if you go into any place and you think that you are here to learn what this place is about, and you are here to improve yourself all the time, then whatever you face doesn't cause you stress, but actually gives you more learning and more experience, and you get on with it. That's my first sort of a thing, and therefore I always say that if we all agree to learn something every day, I think that day will pass without stress. That's one thing. And second thing which happened to me, by sheer circumstance 35 years ago, that I got into a form of meditation called Sahaj Yoga. And Sahaj Yoga teaches you that you've got to look inside for whatever strength that you need to get, and not outside for your satisfaction and for your things. And I think, and I recommend dhyan, meditation, along with yoga. Yoga is a part of it. But if we can all practice some degree of meditation, whether it's vipassana or it's Sahaj Yoga or it's chanting or whatever, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that you will find much greater strength to cope with what you've got, rather than be always reacting to what you face at the same time. So those are two of my secrets. Bharatlalji, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to my panelists and my co-chair, Deepak, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much. I would have wanted to ask you questions, but there is no time, but maybe that's next time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you to our chair, co-chair and panelists for such an engaging and informative discussion. May I now request Srimati Anita Sinha, Joint Secretary, NHRC, to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to our chair, co-chair and the panelists. To our chair of the session, Shri Rajiv Kumar.
Sir, अच्छा अभी कुछ सब सर मेरा भी नहीं
Thank you so much. Thank you.
To our co-chair, Shri Deepak Bagla.
Thank you,
To our panelists, Shri D.P. Nambiarji. Shri Mukesh Bhutani. Shri Manoj Yadav. Ms. Gopika Pant. And Dr. R.K. Dhamija.
हाँ जरूर जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
Ladies and gentlemen, these were highly enlightening and discerning rounds of deliberations. We thank all our chairs, co-chairs, and panelists for their valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the valedictory session of today's conference, may I now invite Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General NHRC, to share the summary remarks and outline the way forward.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, thank you, sir, and thanks a lot to all panelists, and most important, all of you. The whole day, the kind of engaging sessions we had, the eminent speakers, we had the privilege to listen to eminent speakers, and more importantly, the kind of ideas emerged. Yes, one part was missing, that we couldn't accommodate question answer session. But what I propose actually, that any of you, if you have any suggestion or any remarks on the same email ID from where you have received invitation in next couple of days, next 3 days, if you kindly send us, so before we finalize the proceedings and suggestions, I think we will take into account. So my humble request to all of you is please send your any views or any questions or any suggestions on the same email ID, latest by, let's say, Friday, I believe, that would be fine. So first this thing. This last session, very enlightening, and I think somewhere we all are facing this kind of issues, whether it's a stress or it's a challenge. Stress can become inspiration, but stress can also become a kind of killer kind of, this thing. But first and foremost, let me thank all panelists and all chairs and co-chairs, not only this session, but earlier session for such their engaging sessions, ideas, sharing, this thing. I think a lot has been discussed. We all have, listened to. I would not like to, prolong this session. But one thing is very important, that mental well-being has become one of the major challenges, major issues, where collectively we have to work on this topic. And as I said in the morning, that we are basically taking the whole spectrum, actually, starting from childhood, adolescent, professional institutions, and working life, as well as elderly, So I think whole thing we are taking. Today we got a lot of feedback, and since last couple of years we are working very systematically and very with a lot of involvement. And today we got some brilliant ideas actually, and we would like to take it forward. I have a lot of, my team has prepared, and I have a lot of points to summarize for the whole day, discussion. But I think we have kept in mind, and we would like to continue and go ahead with those suggestions and those ideas. Before I close my remarks, I genuinely, from bottom of my heart and on behalf of NHRC, I thank each one of you for taking so much interest, because as we all know that the kind of, this issue is basically, expanding and going out everywhere, and we are listening. I think people have started saying that we are sitting on a time bomb. And in the sense that if 15% of our population is having this kind of challenge, this kind of problem, and is affecting their productivity, efficiency, and overall health, I think it is a problem. I appreciate that few speakers, they gave a very positive kind of, remarks, that stress can be inspiration also, and it happens actually. But the fact remains that in many situations, stress has become a problem. So with these words, I like to thank each one of you, and for attending this meet, sharing your views, and we look forward to your continuous engagement, and we all together, we will take this thing forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. I'm sure these will help all the stakeholders to chart the way ahead. To formally conclude the event, may I now invite Shri Devendra Kumar Nim, Joint Secretary NHRC, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Akanksha. Though our respected Secretary General has already proposed the vote of thanks, but formally, as we come to the close of the conference, it is my privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to all those who attended the conference and made this event a success.
First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Acting Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, Srimati Vijay Bharati Sahni, for her unwavering support and guidance in making this conference possible. Her leadership and commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights, especially in critical areas such as mental well-being, have been truly inspiring. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to respective Secretary General Sri Bajat Lal for his invaluable contribution and constant encouragement and guidance in ensuring the success of this event. His vision and dedication to advancing human rights and mental health have been instrumental in making today's conference both meaningful and impactful. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the esteemed chairs, co-chairs and panelists of all the three sessions who have shared their invaluable insights and expertise with us today. The session on stress among children and adolescents, mental health challenges among youth in institutions of higher learning, and stress and burnout in workplace have provided us with not only a deeper understanding of the problems, but also actionable recommendations. I would like to express my deep appreciation to all the esteemed participants from different ministries, departments, organizations, state human rights commissions, national commissions, and for your engagement, interest, and participation have been integral to the success of this conference. A special note of appreciation to the organizing team of the Human Rights Day and this conference. Especially I would like to mention because they have worked day and night for the last 15 days or 1 month continuously, especially Srimati Anita Sinha, Sri Vikram Meena, Sri Lieutenant Colonel Virender Singh, presenting officer Sri Anjani Anuj, and Sri SSP Sri Yuvraj, Sri Harilal Chauhan, Sri Jamini Kumar Srivastava, Sri Sanjeev Sharma, Sri UN Sarkar, Srimati Anjali Saklani, and also the special mention I would like to thank my research consultant Dr. Rajul Raikwar, who has worked day and night for compiling this advisory today what has been released today, and all the JRCs like Akanksha Sharma, Prerna Sija, Raghavendra Singh, and all the other officers from General Administration, Sri Sanjay Kumar, Deputy Secretary, Major Vishnu, and all the officers from Law Division, Sri Joginder Singh Registrar Law, all the presenting officers, Assistant Registrar, Deputy Registrar, Joint Registrar, who have worked day and night to make this event success. Thank you very much. I would also like to express my gratitude to print and electronic media for attending the conference and providing the required coverage to the conference. A sincere gratitude to the Delhi Police, CISF, CPWD and Vigyan Bhavan management for providing the necessary security protocols and services. Finally, let us remember that the discussion and insights we have shared today should not end here. As we leave this conference, I urge everyone to take forward the key messages about mental well-being, stress management, and the importance of creating supportive environments, whether in classroom, universities, or workplaces. On behalf of the NHRC, I once again extend my sincere thanks to everyone who has contributed to making this conference a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude the National Conference on Mental Wellbeing, Navigating Stress from Classroom to Workplace. Thank you all for your participation and insights. Kindly join us for high tea in the atrium on the ground floor. Namaskar and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.